I've invited
Hey, Azad.
Keith up as a speaker. Hey, Mary. And I think we want to bring Ronan up when he's there, and Plan C up. We're going to have a few of us up.
Yeah, if you can, just put Plan C as a co-host, and I'll stay in as a listener.
I'll invite him to co-host, but no, it won't let me do 3.
Okay.
Yeah, Azad, just drop down and then go as a speaker, and then you can add Plan C.
Okay.
All right, we'll figure it out. So Azad's going to drop off at some point. I've got a flight tomorrow, so I'm going to drop off at some point. If we're deep into a really good conversation, then I kind of can do what I did last week, where I just put myself on mute and let everyone continue, and leave my own party and have everyone else run the party. But let's see how we get on. Right. So in summary, just before we start up, people are going to be joining at different stages. We've had a group of people all doing due diligence on some of the conflicts that seem to be happening with White and Case and Kirkland and Ellis and Nova Wolf and various other things. This is either going to go into one of two directions. We're either going to all play nicely and get a beautiful deal together, or things could get a little bit nasty. I hope that we don't get there. We're all going to be doing this, as I said, with peace along the way. But there are things that are showing up that have concerns that people need to address. So let's just start with, I signed up to Nova Wolf, and I signed up to Figure, and I created a wallet on the Provenance blockchain, and I tried to invest in a deal, and I verified myself for my KYC. I registered as a qualified investor, and I went through the whole user experience. And I do have to say, we just got to be understanding this is as early, untested startup technology as you will ever see. This is, I've been involved in financial innovation over the last 10 years, and I know an MVP versus someone that's been completely road and battle tested. We just need to understand that and make sure that this is constructed in the right way. I don't know whether they're going to be using some of Celsius's technology as part of the bid, or whether we're going to be putting and shoehorning 100,000 creditors into this technology. But I can tell you right now, it will break if we do that. It doesn't have half of the security features and the regulatory features in order to survive the regulatory crackdown right now. It does have the licenses. It does have a team of people that to me appear very competent on the TradFi space. But they're blockchain people, and it needs a bit of Bitcoin, and it needs a bit of DeFi, degen in there in order to get that right transition and get the culture right in order to create something brilliant. So I've been, battle testing, I've road tested. There are things that, just to give you an appreciation, I went on to Figure, in order to, create, when you KYC or you complete your sophisticated investor status, I had to give the email of my accountant. It sends an email to my accountant, who then verifies that I've got a minimum net worth of $5 million. And then that follows up with an email. That's how, the type of way the technology is getting there. Once it's verified, it then asks you to ACH in. So I'm international client. I do have an ACH account, but most people that are international probably wouldn't know what ACH is. And so I was looking for a way to Swift in some funds so that I could purchase on the Provenance blockchain. And what happens is it looks like that once I send in the fiat currency, it will then generate a brand new stablecoin that doesn't trade anywhere, that's backed by fiat currency deposits. Now, fiat currency is only backed by 250K of FDIC insurance. And so are those hedged into treasuries once it goes past, like Paxos? And what markets are going to trade this in the future? Is it going to be whitelisted on chain? All of these types of things. We've been at this for years, building out the security token ecosystem. Then it asked me to buy some hash token in order to pay for my gas fees. So I've got an ACH in, try and get some token to pay for some gas fees. We don't want no token flywheel. If we're constructing it that way, we've got to make sure that we're not setting ourselves up for more of what we've already seen and what we've learned over the last few years. But then when I was on there, I was able to invest in 9 deals. There was a credit card service that said it's coming soon. There was a lending collateralized model. I didn't see any crypto native there. There was no way to deposit Bitcoin or ETH or any other stable coin. And so, all of these, we're at a very, very early stage with this, and there's a lot more to be done. But remember, this isn't our technology. This is simply a fund. And so I covered in the video that I just released on YouTube how we get that to be an operating company that we're all aligned to, so that we can do what I originally tried to do in the 7-part video series, but this time through the sponsor. And if we can't get that, how to create a competitive market with other people that have been working on security tokens, like Securitized, since 2017. And in future videos, I'll do a comparison so people can understand that's already been battle tested by security tokens that we launched, for example, Exodus. And so when people are saying that this is the first one, no, we've been through the whole process. We got them SEC approved. We launched a token. We integrated it with a self-custody wallet. We put it through an ATS, and we put over 100,000 investors through that process and spent 9 months getting the offering approved. We've been through this process. So I know that not many people have done it, but I also invested in the first fund that did that with Blockchain Capital. So although this is an early stage thing, let's not say it hasn't been done before, because it has. And we've seen kind of all the pitfalls. And so hopefully we can introduce those, because there's still a lot to learn. And I really value the experience of TradFi combined with DeFi, combined with CeFi, and all the lessons that we've learned from blowing up Celsius. And I think that should really be factored in. Now, what we're going to do, the way we're going to do this is, I think we've got Cam up here, we've got Keith up here. I don't know, Ronan will be joining at some point. We've got Tony up here. Everyone has been doing a real deep dive into Nova Wolf. What I think is worth doing, because I'm sure Nova Wolf are listening, and again, this is not about an attack. I don't want this to be an attack. I want everybody with full disclosure to understand the situation that we're in, so that we can construct the best plan possible and understand that if it just can't be shoehorned in, that there are other options. That's my idea. That's kind of the idea here. So when I first got introduced to the Celsius community about 8 months ago, and I started doing spaces, it took me a long time for people to understand who I was, and I had to put the work in, and I got attacked left, right, and center, and it doesn't feel very nice. But that's what is going to happen, and that's really a part of being a sponsor of this plan. So there's nothing that anyone can hide. It's going to come out from the community. All my dirty washing, all my laundry, there's no backdoor shenanigans or tactics. Nothing is going to work on this. So we've got no choice but to construct a beautiful deal together. And that was really the idea of this. But I do have a lot of concerns about many of the conflicts that I'm seeing. There is an appearance that this was put together as a you scratch my back, I scratch your back deal, because the same law firm has been representing the mining company TerraWolf, the fund manager Nova Wolf, the ATS figure, and the UCC. And so how, I do not quite understand, this went from a competitive stalking horse bid to we're no longer accepting the bids when Kirkland & Ellis said in court, and from my quite frankly, I believe, completely misrepresented the reality to the judge. And then it went to, here's our sponsor, choose. I don't quite understand how that transition happened. And I'm clearly not in that network or club. And so I think we need to understand that. But again, I still think that the best opportunity here is to give Nova Wolf every shot that they deserve at constructing something, because they're here, they're willing. We saw their video today. They're looking to do something. They're excited. They're responding to FAQs. They're putting out videos there. They've hired a PR disaster person to help them in that process. But we also want them to understand that if we can't get this done in the right way and address some of the 7 challenges that I covered in the video, that we do have other options. And so that's my challenge to the UCC. I also really don't appreciate the way that the co-chairs of the UCC were, quite frankly, bullied in a really nasty way from some of the influencers that are creditors in this process. I appreciate some of the work that they're doing to support creditors and fight against retail clawbacks. But from my experience, the co-chairs of the UCC, we put pressure on them. They've delivered quite a lot. If there is some kind of corruption going on, that shit's going to come out. But right now, I have not seen that. They're just creditors, just like me and you. And there are lawyers that have been playing us throughout this whole game that may be good actors because they may be doing things that we didn't quite understand. There's been many moments in this Chapter 11 process when I didn't understand why Celsius should own our coins, and it turned out that that's what we needed. And so I give the benefit of the doubt where I can. But at the same time, if there is bad actor stuff going, then we as creditors, we will use our full force in order to understand why we didn't get the best deal we could possibly have got as a result of that. And that's the important thing that I think we need to get out there, because there are some really strange stuff that I'm seeing that may have perfectly normal explanations. But I just want to apologize for anyone that had their phone number, revealed on in front of a bunch of people with something that could really drive people to, hate around something that really is not founded on any kind of evidence that we've seen so far. If anyone is engaged in that, it's going to come out anyway, and you deserve what you get. But I don't think the co-chairs of the UCC are doing that. I think they're listening. I think they're doing what they can, and I think they've made several moves in our favor, and we've held them to account, and they've reacted, from what I can see, eventually. We'd love more communication, but the way this is working is use this Twitter space and other Twitter spaces to have your voices heard, because the UCC will listen. They will hear what we're saying. Nova Wolf will be listening. And there's a bunch of other people lurking down in the background with alt accounts that represent some of the most powerful companies in this sector that now might be ready to understand how they can put together a decent process as well in a more competitive environment where creditors get the best result that we can possibly get. Okay, so I just wanted to say that as my intro. I don't know what the best way of doing this is. I don't know, does anyone, like maybe Cam or Keith or Tony or Ronan or any of you guys want to give a bit of an overview of some of the things that you're seeing, and we can invite people up to share what they're seeing and ask some questions?
Yeah, I think mine and Natty's kind of build off each other. I think Natty builds more of a fuller picture, whereas my stuff focuses primarily on the mining sector, depending on how you want to play that.
Should we start with Natty or Keith? Who wants to go first?
Hey, Simon. I don't have a lot to add to the overall conversation. I'm here to listen mainly, and I want to hear all these guys' perspective. But just because it's on topic of what you just kind of started the conversation with, I just wanted to quickly address the kind of the blow up and the stuff regarding BitBoy. So just so everyone understands and the co-chairs understand, the group. I'm one of many people that are. Oh, we got some background noise. Keith, maybe you can mute yourself. Yeah, so I'm one of many people, or I'm one of a handful of people that kind of, are public facing with the clawback group that's, getting close to 3,000 people. So what I'd like to say is simply that, the actions of BitBoy and what BitBoy does is not reflective of, our specific group. we might share the frustration in some ways, but we don't condone the actions, and we have nothing to do with what some other person that's unrelated. It's just we're not responsible for what someone else does, and the only thing that essentially BitBoy over the last few months, he had said on his channel, "Oh, clawbacks are not a risk," multiple times. All I did is send him a DM and said, "You're wrong about clawbacks. They are a legitimate risk." That's literally all I said to him. So, what he chooses to do has nothing to do with me, has nothing to do with my group. He's his own person, and I just wanted to make that clear. So, I mean, like I said, we might share some of the frustration. We're going about it in different ways. My group is basically, I voice my opinion on these spaces and stuff, but yeah, I'm, again, that's just kind of I just want to make that clear. I don't want our group to think that we're somehow, condoning his actions. It's just that simple. I might share the frustration, but I'm not condoning the actions. Anyways, that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, really appreciate that, Plancy. And my experience of working with you for the last 8 months is a reasonable person that is moral-centered, willing to admit when they're wrong or if they get something wrong, willing to adapt as new information comes through, and from my experience, acts with integrity, doing what they believe to be right in the moment.
Yeah, I just want to jump in a little bit on that too. I'm probably not the right person for this message, given all the hairline memes I've posted about Keith. But, a lot of those are kind of in good fun, probably a little bit mean. I'm sure he knows about his hairline, but it is what it is. BitBoys, that was just bullshit. I mean, we'll just call it what it is. That's not right. That was messed up, especially the conversation with Greg Pesh. And, I haven't had anything nice to say about Greg, but at the same time, that's a little bit overboard. And, let's be honest here. If anyone deserves to get clawed back, it's people like BitBoy. How many people has he brought to Celsius? He's had direct conversations with Mashinsky and all these guys. I'm sure he's had some dealings with people that have told him, hey, it's a little bit of a mess at Celsius. Hey, it's kind of all over the place. And at the same time, he'll make a video saying, come to Celsius. It's the best DeFi platform. It's the best this, the best that, best management. So I don't think anyone really cares if BitBoy gets clawed back. He probably deserves it.
I know we want to go into other topics on this, but I think that's a real fine line, just to play the other side of it, Tony. Unless someone has like specific direct insider information, again, I don't know if certain people do, certain people don't, but I don't think it's, I don't think it's fair to assume someone has inside information without proof. And, I'm not, I don't know. It's just my perspective. It's a fine line. I mean, there's people.
Would you say it's fair to, I don't want to say claw back, but for him to have to pay all the $50 references?
No, it's not. No, absolutely not. Totally not. Because influencers, okay, this thing about influencers, these are just people that work in the space, right? So unless you know something is wrong, yes, you got to do due diligence on what you promote, but you're not responsible if there's fraud. Like there's people in the community that posted promo codes. I never posted a single promo code. There's literally, what percentage of the community posted a promo code on Twitter? Should they all be clawed back because they promoted a promo code? Like, I don't know. It's a tough subject, but you're not responsible for the fraud of things you're completely unaware of, right? Like these people are duped just like everyone else. I don't know the specific situations with specific influencers, but as a general rule, unless there's like provable inside information or provable like awareness of fraud, how can you blame somebody?
I don't want to cut you off on that, but I have family members I recruited to Celsius, and I'm responsible for them losing their money. So I'm gonna have to disagree on that one.
So any promo code anyone ever promotes online, they're responsible for the losses that anyone incurs.
No, I'm not saying they're responsible for the losses, but giving back the $50, I don't see a problem with that, especially. BitBoys.
Yeah, I mean I don't think everyone's here to listen to that debate, so I think we should move on. I mean,
your point is made.
We've heard both sides of that. I think it's a bit like we're getting ourselves into an abortion debate. There's massive arguments on both sides. It's hugely emotional on both sides. Okay, cool. All right, so that's the clawback side. Who should we go to next?
So I spoke to Natty. He's fine if you want. I'll cover the mining, and he can tie in the rest of the Wolf entities that he's been doing his investigations on. Sorry, go ahead, Simon.
Yeah, do you want to go, Natty?
No, that's fine,
Firstly,
Keith.
a bit of an intro. I mean, Natty has been a due diligence machine ever since hearing the word Nova Wolf. I've been seeing an incredible amount of research that you've been doing. So tell us what you found, Natty.
All right. Hello, everyone. Do you hear me good?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, first of all, for my intro, I want to do that. This was great energy video. We cannot leave this forgotten. I want a transcript of your negotiation point, because this is the main thing we get out of your video, is to negotiate and to push a win-win situation. So we cannot move on to next AMA or whatever without leveraging your video. It was, I don't know what you eat tonight. It was very great. Okay. So I asked Azad if he can download the video and make a speech to text. So we analyze what you said, because you said everything in it. Okay. We can speak about the due diligence, about the conflict of interest, who Nova Wolf is. They have the same management as TerraWolf. One is investor, the other, whatever. The point is, I think if I can use my little time to say something useful, is the term of we have a plan deck, and the terms are not acceptable so far. I don't see any earned creditor loan, whatever. There is the fear of the clawbacks and so on. This plan is not acceptable. We don't have the term sheet, and we need to push all the negotiation you summarize in your video. This is very important. Now, Nova Wolf, what we can say about them, this is a hedge fund. Yes, they are a SEC broker. Yes, they are an investment advisor. So on the paper, this is all very well. They are legit. There is the advisor document published on the SEC, but they have only 34 million AUM investment under management. So we are talking about a plan sponsor, okay, who has been selected. Firstly, they presented themselves as being selected by the court. The community has called this out, and they corrected on their website that they are just selected by the debtor. Okay, we are still in the exclusivity period, and this hedge fund has been created by two guys, Jason New and Michael Abati. They are invited. You invited them to AMA. Ronan, which has worked us so far, is not there, has invited them to make an AMA, so to confront them, to tell them that the term of the plan is not acceptable and we want to negotiate. Okay, so this is a little hedge fund. This is a complicated structure. They are established in Maryland, in Delaware, in Cayman Island for a feeder fund to welcome international customer. This is all standard structure for hedge fund. Okay, the point is they are newbie to crypto. Okay, they have only 30 million USD under management. They have 3 customers. Okay, then they are focused as per the SEC rule on high net worth individual. So this is not a hedge fund to manage 100,000 creditor. There is the custody rule. So in the plan, they said we are going to use OCC chartered custodian, which as per their SEC filing is encouraged. Okay, that's fine. Another point in your presentation, we want segregated account if we go through. Now we are still in the dark. We don't have term sheet published by the UCC. We can only discover who are Nova Wolf. This guy comes from TerraWolf. Keith has made a great analysis over their financial statement, the difficulty of the debt. I've gone myself through it. We can see that Nova Wolf has issued a one-term loan to TerraWolf. So they are not, TerraWolf is a mining company issued from the 90s from another company, which is Beowulf, a data center company. And the guys, these two guys, Jason New and Michael Abate, who created Nova Wolf, they come from TerraWolf management. So they are the same guys. They are not parent company, but the management is the same. You said that in your video. You said everything. What can I say more about them? That's it. Then there is the conflict of interest. You cover that quickly, but yes, white case. The community is very alarmed toward the conflict of interest. Why Keith Wofford, the friend of Tony, in his bio, he said he's a counsel to TerraWolf. Okay. On the other side, why Case is a counsel to Figure, which bring the famous provenance blockchain, which is a permission with a permission blockchain. So it's not decentralized. They want to use the decentralized motto, but they use the private blockchain. And with the hash token, we don't want to fly win anymore. So you said also there is the white case conflict of interest with Figure Technology. They published a court docket saying that yes, they represented Figure Technology in the past, and they are still currently representing Figure Technology. So the UCC Council is pushing a blockchain partner that they are representing. That's it. It's only to note. And one of the UCC guys, Keith H. Wofford, is a counsel to secured lender of TerraWolf. And who are the secured lender of TerraWolf? One of the secured lender for TerraWolf is Nova Wolf. So this is like they are not a subsidiary company directly, but they are sharing intercompany loan. We have seen some we have seen some thing like that in Celsius. This is not very clear. We will know more about this when the annual report, 2002 annual report, is going to drop at the end of February in March for TerraWolf. So we will follow up that. That's it. I really think I will hang off the mic. I will come back later to add some more points, but I really want your presentation today to be transcribed and the negotiation point, every one of them, to be written and to be pushed to the UCC, to the debtor and the sponsor to make them understand the plan terms all across all the board, loan, earn, this convenience class. This is not fair. And we want this to be negotiated, and we want to negotiate the term. That's it. I will leave Keith to speak about the mining and the financial entailment about TerraWolf, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess before we jump to that, if there's Simon, if you want to add anything to that, or if you had any feedback.
No, you go. No, you go
right.
straight in, Keith.
All right. So I think a good majority of people, as I've been scrolling through who's here, probably are well aware of that. I've been primarily focused on Celsius mining, their financials. And so that kind of led into looking at TerraWolf and the interconnectivity between the three major entities. Those are TerraWolf, Nova Wolf, and Beowulf. What kind of got me onto this spree was that looking at it, Nova Wolf tried to separate themselves from TerraWolf initially, but after just a quick look through TerraWolf's financials, through their Q10s and other SEC filings, the co-founder of Nova Wolf, Paul Prager, has almost a 37% voting stake for TerraWolf. That's also another 9.7% for Kazernan. I'm probably going to butcher their name. And another director, Jason New, also has a voting stake in TerraWolf. So right off the rip, when they tried to separate their entities, it kind of was a red flag for me because they have almost a 50% voting block and financial incentives. Additionally, as I started doing my research on there, Nova Wolf gave a $15 million investment into TerraWolf to continue their operations. That was eventually shifted from their master fund over to their Nova Wolf Digital Fund on a private LLC, a different company. So we already have an intercompany loan that wasn't disclosed originally, and that accounts for 20% of the debt for TerraWolf. So we've already got voting blocks, intercompany loans, and then we also can see that TerraWolf is under extreme financial hardship right now. They, as of September, had barely, I think it was $3 million left in their account, and they had roughly, where was it, my numbers at? They had $153 million worth of outstanding contracts for rigs. They've been canceling their or suspending their rig deployments and deliveries since September of 2022 because they didn't have enough funds to cover it. That's a good portion of their S19Js and their S19XPs. What kind of caught my eye is that TerraWolf has capacity for basically, what was it, 46,000 rigs at their 160 megawatt capacity. Once they've canceled their rigs, or if they've suspended indefinitely their rig deliveries for their S19Js and S19XPs, lo and behold, the available rigs for Celsius at 27,000 to 52,000 available rigs slot very nicely into that open availability at their facilities. So between their financial struggles, the interconnecting business interests between Paul Prager and other managers, I have concerns that they're not being upfront on what their intentions are with Celsius mining, because they need to be upfront. Are they going to try to do a co-location agreement to host Celsius rigs and take a percent? If so, that percent needs to be readily available to customers before a vote ever takes place. Because if it's going to be over the industry standard of 10 to 14%, it gets a little predatory, in my opinion. But that's generally what I have for them. They need to be more transparent on their connections and be honest with what their intentions are. So that's all I got.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Keith. Do you want to go next, Cam?
Sure. Yeah, I think in general, when it comes to this plan, there needs to be some sense of performance targets for this company in a lot of different ways. So first off, when it comes to loans, the plan put forward is making believe that the staked Ethereum is going to stand in as collateral for all the non-ETH loans. And then in 5 years' time, they would have to somehow manifest this collateral that they don't currently have on hand. And if this is any way workable, they would need to actually be restoring or repairing the lost collateral along the way and hold themselves to those targets. And I think the performance targets also would need to be set for management in terms of any kind of revenue and profit that they're supposed to generate. And if they can't meet their targets, they should be compelled to effectively go into a liquidation path to restore funds directly to creditors. We don't want to have these folks jumping the line and taking funds away from the real victims here. So it seems like it's structured currently where they would get preferred access to distributions in another failure over creditors here. But the whole purpose of this should be to try to restore funds to the victims in this case. And there's simply not a lot of funds, and they have illiquid assets, which is kind of steering the committee to pursuing this as an option, right? Because if people get 35% of their crypto back, people aren't going to be very happy. So they feel like, how can we pull this out of the fire by, using some sort of plan to restore things over time? I'm generally of the mindset that when things go wrong, it's sometimes best to call it. I'm willing to entertain, whatever improvements they can make to this plan, but it does feel like the illiquid mining asset is causing folks to just refuse to take the L on that. And we've continued to pour money into mining. And really, that represents an investment that depends upon the crypto market, retaining the levels it's at now or increasing in market cap for Bitcoin. And if things turn south, then we're again under heavy pressure and taking more losses. So this is a directional bet on the market. I don't see any credible plan to hedge against that. And the directional bet was what originally caused even more financial damage for Celsius, because they had borrowed against customer Bitcoin to reinvest into the mining facility, and the market tanked. They got liquidated on their Bitcoin loan, and now we have an enormous Bitcoin deficit where we would have had still more than half the Bitcoin owed to customers. And now, what's it at? Like around 35% coverage or around that realm. So it's tricky because there's just so little left, and it feels like it's forcing people into this route. But the trouble is, it could be a situation where we have a plan that in the optimal scenario, it sounds like it could work well. But in any kind of business venture, you don't get to pick the optimal scenario. You have to also factor in what can go wrong. And the reality is that most startups do go wrong. And we should really try to factor in, how do we protect ourselves if that were to come to pass? And how do we hold management accountable? I think the notion of just appointing a future board of 7 people and hoping that they hold management accountable isn't sufficient. It's really, in this bankruptcy process, there needs to be commitments made to all creditors that we're all satisfied with. And if they can't meet the performance standards that they set for themselves, it should just be an auto liquidate. Like we can't allow people to get a long leash, and like that, the trusting part of this process is over. So whatever promises that they feel like they can make, they should make, and we need to be able to hold them to those promises. So it's not just to 7 people that don't talk to us. They need to make these promises to every single person who has an account with Celsius.
Awesome. Thanks a lot for that, Cam. So in M&A world, we normally address that through an earnout. And so an earnout is when you set some targets, and their rewards and incentives are based upon meeting those targets. And so quite often someone will negotiate in an M&A deal, we want this valuation, and they'll say, right, we'll give you that valuation, but if you don't meet these targets, you're not going to get those rewards. So everything that Cam pointed out, I sit a bit more in the camp of not being able to let go, which is historically why I don't trade, because I never know when to cut my losses in trading. So that's why I always go for a dollar cost average kind of figured out plan. So I've known that always to be my weakness. So that bias is driving me towards wanting to make the most of it, because it just kills me the thought of this sunk investment in the Bitcoin mining operation not being put to work like that. It just kills me. But you need people like Cam as well, who come along and say, well, if you're asking creditors to put another 20% in, then you really need to do the cost benefit analysis. That is this one of those situations where you need to let it go? So I think that balance is really important. But yeah, there are legal constructs to achieve everything that Cam pointed out. Like you can have a liquidation mechanism built into an earnout. So this is going to become a very technical thing. So I'm hoping we got lots of. I know throughout these spaces that we've done, I've had so many accountants and CPAs and M&A professionals and fund managers come up. So if you are one of those people, we need to continue our culture of the crowdsourced diligence, which from my perspective beats the shit out of any kind of due diligence. You obviously need the professionals that do this for a career, But I think we've got every type of skill within this community, so we need to continue that culture. Cool. Thanks, Cam. Tone, did you want to cover anything?
Sorry, real quick. I don't mean to cut you off, Tony. I just want to add on to just the tail end of that, Simon, that something also to consider as the community nears voting for a plan, especially when it entails the mining business and whether they're going to put that 20% investment further into it, is they need to, whoever's going to run it needs to really consider the repurchasing of rigs that's going to come up in between a year and a half and 2 years near term. That's going to be a real cost that's going to come up. That's another 150, 200 million that's going to have to be purchased, especially because you're going to have to buy new, modern, full-priced rigs, not 2-3-year-old, approaching obsolescent rigs. So that's something that's going to have to be considered and weighed when customers vote.
Yeah, and this was the kind of income versus growth model. So we constructed a mining-backed security, and the idea was we knew that in 2 to 3 years the equipment would be worthless and de-shelved, and so we paid out daily dividends for as long as it was profitable. But most people were investing dollars in order to gain Bitcoin exposure. That one worked out incredibly well, but we also had other investments that didn't work out quite as well. So that's why I'm favoring kind of an income strategy of let's get as many of these Bitcoins out to creditors, even though it may not be the optimal return on investment from putting all the Bitcoins back in and achieving an IPO. I just think because so many people are income investors, we might just want to make the rigs worthless and get as much Bitcoin out as possible over time, knowing that it may not be a full recovery, versus the high growth strategy of trying to get a full recovery, but building a standalone IPO for the mining operation. That's just my thoughts. The income versus growth is an important distinction, I think.
Well,
Absolutely.
That's one of the problems. Keith kind of touched in on what I want to talk about with TerraWolf. One of these days, I think like 2 or 3 days ago, we had a space, and I saw Mike Alfred in the listener section. I invited him to come up because I know he's very big into Bitcoin mining and things of that nature. And he was familiar. He didn't know Nova Wolf, but he was familiar with TerraWolf. And he basically said, they're fine. There's nothing special about this company. They're just Bitcoin miners. They're not the type that are trying to find ways of getting free energy. The way I look at a Bitcoin miner isn't just a company that's mining Bitcoin. Yeah, that's part of it, but it's an energy company. You have to find ways of extracting energy at minimal cost or no cost, if at all possible. So the ones that are able to do that, those are the ones that are going to succeed. The companies that are just buying rigs, plugging them into an outlet and just hoping for the best, they're going to fail. Guaranteed, they're going to fail. The only way to survive is dilution in these companies. You see it with Marathon. You see it with Core Scientific or Riot. One of them has a ton of debt, and that debt is just going to keep compounding. And you're just hoping that the Bitcoin outperforms your debt. But the problem is, you're constantly selling your Bitcoin to manage your debt. So it's a lose-lose scenario. So I understand what Simon is saying, but the TerraWolf guys, they're not going to look at it like that. They're not going to try to maximize, how much Bitcoin they can get from these rigs. They're going to try to keep the operation running as long as possible, and they're not going to sell at the top, and they're going to end up holding. And then, once we get into a bear market like we just went through, all the Bitcoin miners are going to say, "Oh shit, why didn't I sell at 60,000? Now I got to sell at 15,000." Which is just going to continue happening because people get greedy when the times are good. They're going to want their balance sheet to show all the Bitcoin. And when times are tough, they're going to sell that Bitcoin that they refuse to sell at, 2-3 times the current price. So we really got to understand what they're doing with their mining. What advantages do they have over Celsius mining? I imagine probably not much. And we got to see, how they're going to run it.
I think the core advantage they're aiming for is a debt restructuring where they're a debt-free mining business where everyone else will have debt. I think that's which to me plays into the just run these puppies, pay out as much Bitcoin until you got to de-shelf them.
Yeah, but you have an advantage at that point.
Yeah, so Tony, their one big advantage that Terra themselves have is their 50 megawatt facility that they're co-sponsor or co-owners with Talon Energy, and that's a max peak of 50 megawatts. So they can't really store a whole lot of rigs. That's like 10,000 rigs, and that's their nuclear one that they're big touting. But it's not their big facility; it's their baby facility.
Yeah, but their main advantage with this Celsius deal is that they're getting all this stuff for free, more or less. Free only lasts you 2 or 3 years until you got to buy new rigs. That's not a good advantage. So are they going to save this Bitcoin? Are they going to give it out to creditors? Are they going to use it to buy new rigs in the future? We really need to know what the goals are before we can just go ahead and say, yeah, fantastic. Is the goal to run the company, let the books look fantastic, and then IPO, and then everyone cashes out? Is that the goal? If that's the goal, okay, at least we know. But right now, we don't know what their plans are. Another issue I had was with this equity token. I was under the impression that an equity token means we have equity in NobleWolf, but maybe that's not accurate. So are we just getting?
Yeah, I think it's the fund. I don't think it's NobleWolf.
Yeah, so that's not acceptable. We're getting equity in something that they can just dump whenever they use all the assets. That doesn't sound like good equity. If we only have an equity in the fund, if the fund blows up, then we lost everything again. We're back in square one. If we have equity in NobleWolf, yeah, they showed that slide deck where they're going to open up a credit card and all these other things. Where have we heard that before? Are they going to do that in the fund? Or are they going to do that with NobleWolf? Maybe that'll get flushed out more in the actual proposal, but those are serious questions that we're going to need answers to. You can throw potential lines of business, on a piece of paper, but who's going to have equity in that business? Are you going to use our money to build out equity for your new business that we're going to get nothing out of? We need answers to this kind of stuff. Also, the borrow program, whoever wrote that slide, they did that in an hour. Maybe less. There was no thought put to it. It was a gun to your head. I shoot you today, or if you want, I can shoot you tomorrow. You decide what's better for you, type of deal. We've had we've thrown some plans around, just trying to work the numbers. There's a lot of potential there, but we got to know what the goal is for the loans program, because the slide deck, the goal was, we have these loans that are collateralized, and basically we lost their collateral. So they took our over collateralized loans and basically are now not collateralized at all. So what they want to do is they want to take this illiquid shitcoin, staked ETH, and pretend that it's our collateral. And they want to hope that this thing outperforms Bitcoin in 5 years. And then they want to sell this to buy more Bitcoin to give it to us. And if it doesn't outperform, or it doesn't even keep up with Bitcoin, and there's a shortfall, do you still get the full collateral, or do we eat the shortfall? These are things that need to get flushed out. There's a lot of questions and not nearly enough answers. I know I went on a massive rant, but there's a lot of questions.
That's awesome. And I think it's really useful putting all these questions out now while the terms are being constructed, because hopefully we'll get as many of these dealt with. And then, the iteration process will be a lot faster than if we just waited for the first term sheet and they're not listening to the types of things we're concerned about. Because, I give benefit of the doubt that they're listening, they want to do this, and they want to construct something based upon all this feedback. And so that's great. But also the challenge to the UCC is, if we don't like their terms, are you going to set up a stalking horse competitive process so that, because we will get better terms if multiple people are in this. I cannot understand for the life of me, and I welcome White and Case and the UCC to explain why we put this in a sponsorship monopoly rather than a stalking horse bid where we can all up each other. Okay, great. So I think Azad has dropped down. He may need to go. And we got Mary and Plan
We
C as
have,
co-host.
yes, I mean, if you wanted to go to questions, we have a bunch of people in the queue, and then we have one up on the stage if you wanted to start taking questions.
Sure, I think everyone has touched upon the key points, so let's bring people up to share.
And also, I'm keeping my eye open to see if Michael or anybody from Nova Wolf is in the audience. I'll invite them up if you'd like.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so first we have Tecmo.
Hey everybody. This is a question, it's just a quick comment. I know no one really cares what most creditors or I think, or else, if they did, we wouldn't be here today considering a plan into some venture capitalist idea. But I just need to remind everyone that, Celsius was sold as safer than a bank, and you have hundreds of thousands of people who have life savings locked up. This is not funds that they set aside to invest in let me just try to invest in this company over here and see if it works out, and if it doesn't work out, so be it. Like 90+% of companies startups fail. I'm willing to bet that number is much higher for crypto startups. We are not here dealing with people looking to venture capitalize their life savings. So I want anyone who's listening who has any power to do anything, to remember what you're dealing with in terms of funds, what you're dealing with in terms of people who merely want what's left of their crypto back so that they can take that money and either pay rent, pay for their kids' college, pay for food, or invest it how they choose to invest it based on their personal risk profile. There are people who have a higher risk tolerance. There are people who have a lower risk tolerance, but we should not be making that choice for them to say, yeah, you should YOLO degen your money into a startup about a wolf, or whatever, any startup. That's not their choice to make. That give back what is left of the money to the people who need it and let them make their own decision based on their own risk tolerance. I personally invested some money thinking, because Alex lied to us all, that these were over collateralized loans to a select set of institutions. Everyone knows the deal, right? We were all lied to, so our risk analysis was off. So to then take that money and say we're going to degen it into some wish project that may or may not work out, I hope it does. I love Bitcoin more than, or just as much as everyone else. I'm Bitcoin long, but don't conflate the two. Don't conflate Bitcoin long with YOLO startup long, and those are not the same. And I just want everyone to remember that these are people's life savings. They need as much as they can back as soon as they can back, and the majority of the people do not want any sort of plan that doesn't involve them being able to take out as much as they can. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that. So Techno, would you favor a liquidation with everyone getting whatever's back left, or would you favor just optionality so that those that want to degen go off and those that don't
I don't want to remove optionality from those who do want to become venture capitalists, because there is a subset, yourself included, Simon, of people who, if you lost all this money, you'd be fine, right? I mean, you wouldn't be happy, but you'd be fine, and you guys are looking at it as a long-term investment plan, right? That's what you do, Simon, right? But so I don't want to make that decision for them. If there is a plan that involves both options, then great. But what I don't want is that if you have more than 5,000 on the platform, you are forced into some sort of investment role, instead of saying everyone should be treated the same and given back, 50%, whatever that number turns out to be. That should be the option, number one, for most people, because that's what most people are going to take.
Yeah, I actually, if they could do something like an expanded convenience class, not necessarily, you can keep convenience for the ones that are under 5,000. But for the people, let's say at a threshold of 50K, like you just want out, you can take, the majority of it up front and maybe keep like 10-20% or whatever as the asset share token. That way those people can get their money, especially for people that are older. That makes more sense for them. You don't have the time to wait 5 years or whatever to hopefully make your money back. You can get your money up front. It might be a smaller percentage obviously than convenience, but something along those lines. It doesn't have to be take it or leave it. They could be creative with it.
Just really quickly though, Tony, like how do you know, just based on a number, how important that money is to any one individual? Like someone could have, 300K on the platform or whatever amount, and that is their entire life savings versus, someone has 50K. We don't even know. Like it's just hard to have a number, I guess, to play devil's advocate on that.
No,
Because everyone's situation is very like. I mean, there's people that have large amounts of money in Celsius, but it's literally their entire life savings, right?
No, I just threw out 50K, but let's say even 300,000, whatever the number is. If you stick with the plan, you're gonna get somewhere from 20 to 30% upfront, and then the rest will be asset share token. Give people the possibility of doing something like 40% upfront, and then less of the asset share token. Or I don't know, maybe allow someone like a Simon or Anthony, fake pump, to buy all these tokens since they're so in love with this reorg. Let them buy the tokens from people that can't wait that long.
So what would that look like though? Because that's my question is, because I really like the idea of optionality. I talked about this on a Spaces yesterday. Is just if the more optionality you have, by definition, the more people you're most likely going to make happy. So is there a way to stagger something and have optionality where, I mean, you have to give some incentive for people to stay, right? I mean, you need, if you just like let everyone go and get the full amount, you need money to run the new co, right? Like you need somebody willing to take the risk to keep things going, right? To add value to the new co. So there has to be some give and take. Like if people want full liquidity or if they want a higher amount of liquidity, I mean, I don't see how you can't take a slightly bigger haircut from them. Maybe I'm wrong on this, but I'd like everyone's thoughts.
Yeah, so here's the simple solution. So for the majority of the people who like, and I'm not pretending I know what everyone wants, but from everything I've heard and been in this game for a while now, the majority of the people want as much as they can possibly get back of their liquid crypto or whatever. What fiat, obviously there's tax consequences in there, but I think most people would even say, screw it, just give me the fiat. I'll buy what crypto I want back at a certain point and make more than probably anybody doing venture capitalist stuff, right? Just buy Bitcoin. But here's the simple solution. You those people who want out, you give them as much as the books say that you can give them. Let's just use 50% as a random number. They get 50% of their crypto back, hopefully in kind. For the people who do want to stay, who do want to try to you look at this as an investment vehicle, then obviously you're going to take a massive haircut because you're in return, you're getting equity, hash tokens, EST, MST, UTC, whatever it is that you want to call it. You're going forward with this reorg plan. So you're not going to get liquid crypto back. You're going to get this other thing. So like that's the optionality. You either get in kind some haircut liquid now and go on with your life, right? The people that want to stick around, they don't get that, but they get this other thing. Those are your options.
But how do you incentivize people to stay? In order for the new co to be successful, you have to incentivize people to stay. I'm just trying to play both sides of it.
Yeah, what I'm saying is to incentivize them to stay, it's everything that we're talking about or supposed to be talking about, with today and Nova Wolf and all these bids. Like what you're saying is you stay because you believe in the reorg. If you don't believe in the reorg, you take option one. If you believe in the reorg, you give up your option one in favor of option two, believing in the long-term value of the reorg. Those are your options.
I can tell you what they're going to do. They're going to say, go for this if you don't want clawbacks.
Yeah, and I mean that's coercive, right? So that's pretty shitty. But if that's, I don't have any control, I don't have any power. But I think I agree with Plan C on the clawbacks thing of like clawbacks should be rooted in insider knowledge, right? But I'm not going to go into that debate. But just in general, like that, whether it's Abra, I know Binance is off the table, but like anybody, I don't fill in the blank. Let's Mad Lib this. Whether it's Abra, whether it's Simon, whether it's Nova Wolf, whatever company you want to start sort of organizing some form of a reorg, that's option two. And then option one is liquidation for the majority of the people who want out and just need that money. There are people who need this money. And I think we talk about reorg and this, that, and the other. People are like actually hurting. Like this is real people's lives. And I think it's very easy to forget if it's not you hurting.
No convenience class is not fair. I totally agree with you, Tecmo.
Well, it doesn't have to be a option one, option two. Like when you vote for the plan, each person, you can even do it on the app. Say, let's say your claim is 20,000, right? That's how much you'll be entitled to get paid out. Whatever. After the haircut, let's say haircut's 50%. I don't know. Let's throwing out random numbers here. You can choose a percentage to put into the reorg, and based on that percentage, those are the amount of tokens you would get, and then the rest you will get some type of payout.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's no reason why you can't do both, right? And that's where you could do a spectrum of options, and that's what's best, because as Plan C said, the more options you have, the better. And so if my risk tolerance says, yes, 10% of my portfolio is for degen plays, well then I take 90% back in with a haircut, and then I leave 10%, however you want to play it. Everyone's different. So yeah, you have a slider bar in the app, and it says, how much do I want to degen my life away? And then you just drag it all the way if you're fucking 18 years old and you can, make up for your mistakes. Or if you're 60 and you can't, you drag it all the way to the left, like you can do it that way.
Yeah, but if you do it that way, especially if if you really sell this plan well, there's going to be people that are going to want to put 90% into this new plan, maybe 100%, who knows? But if you're 65, you're looking at retirement, I don't want to YOLO 60% of it or 90% of it and keep 10 or whatever, or keep a small portion. Just give people the optionality, and you'll be shocked how much better it works out for them.
That's a free market, right? So this is kind of in some ways it's somewhat what happened with Simon with one of his previous recoveries. But the point is, like, if you allow the free market to play this out, if everyone jumps on one side of the table and is like, I don't want to take risk, that should increase the upside for the people that are willing to take risk. If it's a smaller percentage, they should get more upside. There has to be some value transferred to the people that are willing to take risk. That's just the way things work in a free market. So however that would work, I like the idea of optionality. I mean, there's tech that might have to go into that, and it might take a little bit of time, but I think you'll get so many more people happy with the outcome because everyone knows their specific situation the best. They know their own risk profile the best. And if they're making the decision, they can't be mad at the result because they made the decision. So if they toggle, whatever risk profile to whatever side, but all I'm saying is if everyone wants liquidity, you have to balance that out. You have to give, there has to be value, a little bit of value from every person that wants out going to somebody that stays in to make it work. Otherwise, it doesn't work.
Yeah, and the answer to that is obviously the bigger if you want out, maybe you take a bigger haircut than would have normally been for that value to be transferred,
Cool. I reckon we've said like a lot of things that whoever's making the decisions will get every side of that argument. So I think we should move to the next topic and know that optionality seems to be a solution. So that might need a bit of innovating.
Well, one thing I just wanted to bring up, it's going to be a big problem as far as being able to sell these tokens on the open market, because you're forcing people that don't necessarily want them to get them. If everyone can choose how many of those tokens they have, there's going to be a lot less for sale. And that's going to, just on its nature, the quantity for sale is going to go down. The price has to go up because there's not a lot out there to buy.
Yeah, and on that topic, everyone, I know in the pitch video they released today, they talked about this whole vision of liquidity. Just please understand that is a vision, not a reality. That's a reality that would need to be created. So when thinking about how you feel about this, please treat it as completely illiquid and that there is no way to sell the EST. And if they did create a market and there was a way, then great, that's a bonus. But that's a vision that has to be created. It doesn't exist today.
Can I say something?
Go for it. What's your name?
Hi, good evening. My name is Joshua Sweetman. here in South Africa right now. Simon, please, I just want to direct this question specifically to you. Um, I have been following you after I got into Celsius via listening to BitBoy and Coin Brewer. These are one of the people I used to respect in the space. And I put in my funds there and I have a loan. They have my Ethereum as a collateral. Simon, do you have any plan? Because I think you mean so good. Your heart is so open, and I believe that whatever personally I'm saying to myself, whatever I'm gonna choose, I will hear the one you want to choose, and I'm gonna go for that because I think you should have a plan. And I've been trying to understand what is your own plan because from the plan these guys are bringing, I'm sorry to say, this is so hurtful. You know, you guys are many people are here talking about 500,000, $300,000. There are people that all their life saving was $2,000. There are people that went homeless for this, and it just showed how the justice system worked. That whoever that paid a collateral in a loan supposed to be yours. So we should have options, and I'm just totally confused about the whole thing. And I just want to ask you, what is your plan? Can you just give me a little brief of your plan if you have one?
Yeah, I mean, I've given my plan. I've published my plan, and I've iterated it along the way. At this stage, it felt like I could do a better job just representing creditors and get Bank to the Future out of the equation. And so we could all just work together as one unified team because there was a lot of skepticism when I had to wear those additional hats. And so at this stage, you know, I'd be more interested in putting together a bunch of different people negotiating the best plan with Nova Wharf by expressing our concerns because I've got a platform where everyone's most likely to be listening. And if Bank to the Future is needed, we do think we bring a lot of value to the table. But for whatever reason, you know, Nova Wharf was selected as a sponsor, and Bank to the Future wasn't. So that's the reality of the situation.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sweet man. Next we have Milad.
Yeah, hi Simon, hi Clancy, hi Mary, hi everyone. Honestly, Tecmo pretty much rounded up what I was gonna ask. I mean, basically, I'm part of the convenience class because I'm just close to 5K, obviously, which is way less than what I initially put in. But I mean, my question is really debating: should I, opt into the general earn to get that security token, or should I, just get out and move on with my life? I'm not in a position where it's all my life savings, thankfully, but still, it is at least a third of all I've invested in crypto. So I was kind of wondering, and I know this is not financial advice, but just your personal opinions. If you were in my position, what would be best? Or
what I would say is that everybody needs to have their own financial plan right now. Everyone should have a personal balance sheet and a personal income statement. Understand what stage of life they're at and what their future income needs are. So just sit down with a traditional financial planner and understand, even if you don't do what they said, just sit down with them and they will say, you know, you're meant to be investing this amount in bonds for your retirement, or you're meant to be investing this amount in stocks. And then think of what that in your own personal circumstance. So whatever happens, whatever way this looks, it's going to be split into two. One half of it is going to be your crypto back. And the other half of it is going to be something very speculative that could either be worth a lot more in the future, worth nothing, or pay off dividends. And those dividends may or may not, live up to the expectations. And so you just got to think about yourself, and we construct this plan in a way where you think, what percentage for me do I have to have back? And I know we'd all want 1,000% if we had a choice. In fact, 100% would be amazing. That's what we all want, but that's not where we are. And so if your number is 50%, then you might be advocating for optionality or liquidation. If your number is 30%, then you might be advocating for a reorg plan. If your number is above 50%, then you're probably advocating for, I need this money back no matter what happens. I don't want to risk anything. I want to cut my losses. And so everyone just needs to think about that for themselves. And then a plan will be presented. And hopefully, if we get this in the right direction, you'll say, yeah, the way to think about the rest is, let's say you opted for 30% upfront. How would you feel if you lost 70% of your life savings? Is obviously you'd feel like shit, but is that negotiable? Is that acceptable? I know no one would say acceptable, but does your life continue? Or that's non-negotiable. You'd planned that was going to be your children's college fund or something like that. Or I need to cover a mortgage, and this is how I was thinking about it. So that's what everyone needs to think about for themselves. And there's no one answer to that. That's what financial advisors do. They put together a lifetime plan. Now we can then retranslate that into crypto in this bankruptcy, and we'll do that together. But whatever the plan is going to be, this is how it's going to be done. We're going to be slamming the shit out of it on Twitter. We're going to be suggesting all the things we'd like to improve. And eventually we're going to get there. And then at some stage, everyone's going to have to make that decision. And there's going to be a percentage of it where you could lose it all. And that's the decision everyone needs to make based upon their risk profile.
So if I recap quickly, which I think is good, is to really think of what is my adverse to risk, how much I'm willing to lose, how much I need back, and then from there wait to get the final plans, because I guess this convenience class 70% is just out there for now, but it's not finalized. And then from there, once we get the final propositions, then I can make a clearer decision once I've sat down, like you said, either with a financial advisor or at least think about it on paper. I like that. Thanks, Simon.
Okay, awesome.
Thanks, Milad. Keith Sekno has his hand up. Go ahead, Keith.
Hey, how's it going? I just wanted to add some more color to the optionality part. There's some states where the taxes for someone who had Bitcoin very early would be around 40%. And in those cases, if they had optionality,
Hey, Keith, sorry to interrupt your flow. I just wanted to make sure no one knew. So, Keith, you're a qualified CPA that knows a lot about crypto, and you're also a creditor, right?
That's correct. I own a CPA firm in Florida. I know a ton about crypto. I'm a creditor. I'm also a member of the ad hoc custodial group, for full disclosure, too.
Okay, so Keith he can't give you individual tax advice, but he knows a lot about this stuff, and so you can only get the tax advice when you understand someone's individual situation. So just with that context, do you want to carry on?
Yeah, that's correct. Thanks, Simon. I can give tax advice to my clients, but none of you are my clients, so none of this is tax advice. Or if you are my clients, we'll speak separately. But yeah, there's some states that someone could have capital gains rates, close to 40%. And if you have someone who has a really low cost basis in their crypto, there could be a situation where if there's good optionality, perhaps they could give away even a further haircut, call it 20%, kind of meeting in the middle. And the estate would be a winner there, and the creditor would probably be a winner there as well. So I think one of the key areas of optionality is, obviously we won't know anyone's specific tax situation, but by giving someone choices, not only would they have the ability to calculate their liquidity for, again, we can't tell 50,000 or 10 million is important to someone, but they'll know their situation and be able to make not only a decision based on their liquid needs, but also on their tax needs. So I think it's really important that a plan has that ability, because in this case, I think someone might be willing to take a further haircut, which would be great for the estate, and then that creditor would be happy too. So just thought I'd add that.
If anyone wants to hire Keith, just use promo code Tony, all right?
Sell token accepted, and hash token.
That's right. And just to add another thought, everyone who's affected by Celsius, all creditors, be very careful with the tax advice you see on Twitter. Everyone's situation's different, and I've seen some interesting takes from people that say they're CPAs or say they've talked to a CPA or even just a tax professional. So just be careful, and if you have any questions, reach out to even your local tax preparer or someone who's knowledgeable, but be careful about just taking advice you see online and applying it to TurboTax or something like that.
Okay, I know. I see BitBoy in the queue, and this should get change the tone and get a bit exciting. So, should we bring BitBoy up?
Yeah, sure. I'll bring him up.
For sure.
Let me. Shall I let Lawrence go first, or you want BitBoy to come up on the stage? Because
Lawrence, do you want to go first?
No, let him go first, by all means, Simon.
Okay, let me bring him up.
All right, this is either going to go really well or really badly.
Let me leave my kid's room.
He's connected.
How's it going?
Hey, Ben.
Hey, Ben.
Howdy.
How you doing, man?
Doing pretty good. Just landed here in Philadelphia for my book tour. So getting ready. We got book tour meetup tonight, and obviously, you know, a lot of goings on yesterday. We got a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes still today. So my research team's digging into quite a lot more stuff that's been sent to us, and you know, we certainly appreciate everybody sending everything that they've got. You know, working on some stuff with Keith, working on some stuff with Aaron, working on some stuff, obviously on you know, my new friend Greg, who left Twitter yesterday. So you know, all exciting and glad to push the message out and you know, see what we can do to you know, fight both in front and behind the scenes.
Yeah, one thing we wanted to say, Ben, is that we have no reason to believe that the co-chairs of the UCC, they're simple creditors.
Right.
We're not sure. Like, maybe you know something that we don't know, but from all my experience, the lawyers are the people that are taking us all through shit right now, and the co-chairs, they're just other creditors. Now, if you have
Yeah.
something that we don't
Well,
know,
from what I understand, Thomas specifically is driving this boat. He's the one that's allowing this to happen. From several people who have talked to him and know him. So, you know, at the end of the day, you know, their silence is deafening on this. At the very, very, very best, they're keeping their mouth shut and allowing this to happen. I mean, I don't see anybody out there from the UCC out leading the charge. It's sad that I have to do it. There's nobody out there leading the charge to repeal this plan and get a new one in place. And ultimately,
Hey,
they're the
quick
UCC.
question.
They're the board here, correct?
Hold on. Speaking of allowing it to happen, when you removed your 3 million from Celsius, did you tell anyone else to do the same, or you just kind of kept it to yourself?
We didn't remove it. We didn't remove our 3 million from Celsius. Actually, think so.
You did not.
No.
So you lied in your video. You said you removed 3 million.
No, we did not. We did not remove 3 million. We still have 3 million on there. Actually, part of the loan is liquidated, so we don't have a full 3 million on there anymore. It's probably closer to 2.1 right now. So.
Oh, so you're in the loans group, is that correct?
In the loan group?
Well. Are you in the loans
Yes.
group? You got a loan?
Yes. Yep. We have one.
Okay.
We had 2 loans, and there's just a lot of people that just talk a lot of smack that don't know half. And there's a couple of them in the room on the stage that have no idea what they're talking about, and they just spew stuff because it gets them attention, and not understanding and not having the full facts and going and attacking people that are trying to stand up for you is really a bad look, and it's going to come back on some of them soon. But that's a whole other story. I don't want to get into all that right now. But the point is,
not having the facts is your career, Ben. Not having the facts is your career. You took off.
Hey!
Oh, there he is. There he is.
Guys,
Hey, Cam, I can tell you, bud.
Guys,
hey, me and you coming face to face soon, so get ready for that.
Guys, the space is not about personal attacks. It's a waste of everyone's time if we do personal attacks. Let's keep it on topic.
Yes, please. And if we can just have everyone talk one at a time, please. Finish your thought, Ben, and then Cam, you can respond.
let's get back to what we were talking about. What's the on-topic discussion that we were having?
I'm
Let's
here.
keep it.
I'm here, guys. I'm here. Plan C. It's Lawrence.
So I think the on-topic conversation was, is it the lawyers taking us for a ride, or are they on our team? And BitBoy is shedding lights in true BitBoy style, not the way that I would necessarily do it, or some of us agree. Cam put together some disclosures, which is useful to know that he does have clawback exposure, and then he said that he's also got a loan, and some of that's collateral. So I think the most important thing is full disclosure.
I'm not even sure if we do have clawback exposure, to be honest with you. We were actually talking about this in the office yesterday. We don't even know if we do have clawback exposure because the money that we took were from the loans. This is how little we care about what's going on with our stuff. We don't even know. I don't care. This is not about me. This is not about our business. We make millions of dollars. I don't care about the $3 million we lost. It's fine. If we never get it back, it's whatever. They're certainly not getting $1 from me back in the future. I'll shutter my entire business down before Celsius ever takes $1 from me. We will hide the money. We will put it in crypto, and we will move it around, and they will never, ever, 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 ever touch it over my dead body. So I'm not worried about that. What I'm worried about is a group of people that don't have a voice. That's the only thing I'm concerned about. And there's a lot of smoke and mirrors. There's a lot of disillusionment, and there's a lot of people that are mad because I didn't come out and make a statement every single week for the last 4 or 5 months because I have not known who the good guys are and who the bad guys are. I don't trust any of you. I don't trust anybody involved in this situation, to be honest with you. I trust Simon a little bit more today than I trusted him maybe 2 months ago. But the truth is that this is such a confusing situation where every single person on every single side has been doing nothing but running the other side under the bus. And so from a person on the outside that's not in one of these groups, for me to look and to say, oh, well, I guess I'm going to go with these people because they did a better job of throwing these people under the bus. You guys know there is an element of this, of sitting back and waiting and watching things develop and then making decisions. And that's what I've chosen to do. And there's some petulant babies that don't like that. And that's okay. They're relevant. What is relevant is my platform, my voice, and what I'm able to do for this group and for these people, and I will continue to do it. So that's the truth. There is zero personal engagement for me on this because of how this affects my business. I didn't even have an account on FTX. So you're going to say, I didn't have an account on FTX. We sold our FTX tokens, our FTT, long before anything went down. We sold those way back in September. So we clearly have a track record of doing what we say we're going to do and doing it for the right reasons and not doing it because we have personal involvement or personal bias. We've already shown that and demonstrated that. So getting back to the topic at hand here, the UCC, they are at best being silent. And I know there's a lot of relationships from that UC that overlap into important people that are involved in this movement. And I worry if that is clouding some people's judgment, not allowing them to be able to see the entire thing clearly. Because if the UCC did not approve this plan, then it wouldn't be approved, correct? So what is, if the UCC has absolutely no statement, they have no involvement, everything's the lawyers, then what do they exist for? They exist to represent us. But if they don't have pushback, then we don't have actual representation. So I guess that's a little what I'm a little confused over is that do they have any power at all? And if they have even one iota of power and they're using it to be silent, then they're complicit at best.
Yeah, so my response to that is yes, they have power, and no, they're not using or removing exclusivity yet. Yeah. We demanded them to do that, and they that is the only reason that we have a plan today, because we had to demand. And so, as a community, we asked the co-chairs to step up. They did step up, and there's a few decisions that are going to come over the coming weeks that will allow us to really determine who's on our side. Yeah. And we'll keep you up to date with that, because we're so involved in the everyday detail, and it's useful to have a big ass mouth standing up against clawbacks. That's a very important thing. And look, let's limit the personal attacks. Let's just go for full disclosure, and that's kind of the way to do it. But I believe it's an important weapon that we need to have a very loud voice against clawbacks. I wouldn't necessarily do it your way, Ben. You wouldn't do it my way. But we're at the end of the day, you are a creditor. there is clawback exposure. There's loans, and let's get the best result for everybody, because you getting the best result for your loans and your earn account and your what am I trying to say? Your clawbacks will have an impact on everyone else. So we can just push our own self-interest
Well, I
and
understand,
understand
but
that's going to help
that's
other
the
people.
problem, though. That's the problem, though, Simon. The problem is everyone is pushing their own personal interest, and that's why nobody can agree on anything.
Without Ben, actually,
Well,
Ben,
what I would say,
I'd say we were like that about 2 weeks ago. Since the plan has been out, like, you know, we're so much more unified as a creditor community now.
I would agree with that. I've seen that across the board from a lot of people I've been
Can
talking
I help you? Hello, can I help you? Try and help for a second, Simon.
Go for it, Lawrence.
BitBoy, you don't
love
know
the
me, I
lawyers.
don't know you, but I'm in every category. I'm not as significant a player as you or Simon, but sitting here, I don't believe that the cards on the table are in alignment from our potential partners. And I think that this team that you hear on this phone call has never been so united, so cohesive, and so powerful. And by all means, I'm more frustrated than you are, even though I'm not at your level.
I understand.
But I think and I believe everybody is falling in line. They realize that Simon's plan was the best for the sell people. And now look what they're getting, nothing.
Yep.
So again, I want to help. Simon, you have your stride. You got a great team working with us. This is an unbelievable opportunity to bring the United States Supreme Court into the cryptocurrency world. It's going to happen regardless of how America deals with it. Thank you again, Simon.
I just really want to quickly add, very, very quickly. Just to BitBoy. I mean, at this point, just so you know, like 99.999% of the community of the creditor body understands that Simon is a good actor in this. There's really no debate at this point. So yeah, we can at least you have that to go by. That it is consensus that Simon is a good actor in this.
Yeah. Well, I think, and look, I've never said anything bad about Simon.
Hold on. One other thing, BitBoy. Listen clearly, dude. You and I are on the same boat. If these guys are not going to play ball the way this group has defined what would be acceptable to the creditors, then you and I are going to have our opportunity to bring in the ugliest, the baddest, the most intense legal team to defend our position if the UCC doesn't listen to and participate the way this team has laid things out today's call.
Yeah, I think that's great. I think it's great. I agree 100%. There definitely are legal options on the table at this point, which is good because for a long time we didn't have any. Just to follow up on Plan C, talking about Simon. I mean, look, when I say I didn't trust Simon, Simon knows this. Simon and I have talked a lot privately, and I've never said a bad word about Simon. There was a while where motivations are questioned, intentions are questioned. I got people on both sides telling me everything, and I was just unsure. That's all I was saying. And it's very clear that this plan is the best plan, in my opinion.
BitBoy, I encountered the same exact thing. I was blown away by Simon coming out, and he had NDAs, whatever. He wasn't clear that I even changed over and took my rewards in sell. And today I got a $19,000, $20,000 tax bill from my Celsius Network LLC out of Hoboken, New Jersey.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I think what most people can agree on as well. Like, again, tell me if I'm wrong on this, but I think skepticism for White & Case is at an all-time high, just because of multiple. And you've highlighted some of these things, a lot of them, but like multiple clear what seems to be conflicts of interest between multiple people involved. So yeah, I mean, it's really hard to know the UCC co-chairs because we really haven't heard from them through this whole process. Like, for whatever reason, they just haven't spoke up on spaces. So, you know, I think Voyager, I'm not sure exactly, but I think the Voyager co-chairs, I mean, they've probably spoken more. So this has all been going through White & Case, right? So it's just really difficult, and a lot of people are very skeptical about the upside benefit White & Case will have with this litigation trust and how they kind of seem to be stirring the ship for their own personal interests and business. I just don't think White & Case gives two shits about the crypto industry. No. That's just my perspective.
Well, I mean, Greg didn't even know who I was when he was on the phone with me yesterday. I called and left him a message live that, you know, pretty much detailed I can't remember exactly what we said, but he had no idea. Like these are not crypto people. They have no clue. And if you really look at, Letitia James, who is the guy, who's the attorney that defeated Keith, old cul-de-sac head Wofford, in his bid for attorney general in New York, she's very, very, very anti-crypto. So that's a very, very anti-crypto position. You're talking about being the attorney general for, I think it is the Southern District of New York, that he was running for there. So, very anti-crypto established, area where he was running. So I think there's no doubt Keith's in the hands of bankers or in the pockets of bankers, and these are not crypto people. And this is the problem. This is how traditional finance, it takes over and it strangles everything. And we've watched it all with FTX. Now we're watching it play out in real time with all of our eyes open. And if we just allow this to happen with our eyes open, looking at this dead right in front of us, and I don't mean just us, is then people who do have some amount of exposure on Celsius, whatever it may be. I just mean the crypto community. Like the big win for me is when we get the people who it's in their best financial interest to vote yes, to vote no. And that's what we have to do. Those are the people we have to convince to vote no. So the message is sent extremely clearly that this community will not be bought off. And I think one last point I want to make on that is, in my opinion, they have really, really, really overestimated, and this is why they're going and they're buying a lot of accounts, the care of a person who has less than $5,000. Because, yes, if somebody's got $4,850 on there and they're a school teacher, yeah, they probably really care. But a lot of those people are probably people who would draw on the majority of their money over different times. They've got $200 or $300 sitting there. Those people are not going to care to come vote. And so I think the people that are paying attention, the people who are going to vote are the people that are paying attention. They care. They have vested interest. So that's why it's so important for us to have a unified voice. And with the exception of maybe one person, I do feel like everybody has united under this and is moving forward with a plan that's going to be good for all of us and good for the community. We just have to be so loud, because you're right, Simon. I do have a big ass mouth, so loud that they just can absolutely not deny what is right, to where they're going to feel like a Benedict Arnold. They're going to feel like a traitor for voting the other way.
Yeah, Ben, I'm going to agree with you. I mean, I think that all of us absolutely are paranoid, and we don't know what everybody's intentions are in here. So I think from day one to today, it's changed so much. A person that you thought was, an enemy now is your, foe. It's changed so much. So we are coming together. I am agreeing with that. And I do agree with Simon, what you were saying. I think we just try to respect each other and stuff. Ben, you have a great voice. It's a loud voice, but you get the job done a lot. I like what I'm seeing. So it's good that we have these spaces because we learn so much in these spaces. Simon, did you want me to go on to someone else? Go ahead, Cam.
Yeah, just to jump in, since Ben, you didn't seem to know your clawback exposure. You have $1.1 million worth of clawback exposure. So you can tell your team that. And really, the only issue I've had with you is that you haven't been honest about how much you earned as a Celsius partner, how much you earned referring people to Celsius, and your clawback exposure. So thanks to Zach XBT, I was able to discover your clawback exposure. I haven't revealed it for the past couple of months, but it felt like a good time now that you popped up talking about clawbacks. That's all. I don't have anything against you other than the pump and dumps you've done. And I feel like if you can reform yourself, that's great. But you've kind of jumped in without getting all your facts straight. Like you confused the UCC as having Chris Ferraro on it. He's the current CEO, Chief Restructuring Officer, and Chief Financial Officer. You didn't know Judge Glenn's name yesterday. I've watched
this is my problem with you, man. Like, this is all you do is freaking nitpick. You can't see the bigger picture. You're simply a bitch, just so you understand. And the fact is that, yes, I didn't have all my facts straight. We want to know why? Because every single person that is sitting on this stage right now, your entire focus is on Celsius. Your entire focus is on the amount of money that you have to lose through Celsius. I have about 98 different projects that I have to watch, and I have to know every single thing about. So you know what? You're right. I don't know as much as everybody else does here. And also, I have a business. I don't want every person knowing the way that my entire business runs because it's not just me on the line there. So we have businesses that are in other names, and if people know those names, then they can find my address. So that's the whole thing. That's why we keep things private, because unlike you, I'm an important person. I've been swatted. I actually have people that follow me and care about me. And I have people that follow me and want to murder me. And so my house was swatted where I had 7 SWAT members holding rifles to my kids' heads and to my head in our house. So yes, I like to keep things somewhat private. And why don't you go ahead and list the pump and dumps? I've never done a single fucking pump and dump in the history of my channel. So you don't have your facts straight, Cam. But don't but
Yeah,
but
we're
Cam,
not
but
here
Cam,
to
but Cam,
talk
but Cam,
about.
don't worry. Don't worry. Me and you are going to have a chance to sort this out face to face. I promise that. That's coming. So I hope you're
Guys,
See
prepared.
yeah.
how look at the
Wait,
hypocrisy.
wait, wait,
Hold
wait,
on,
wait,
Clancy.
guys,
Hold on.
guys.
No, we are.
Can I
This is
just say,
happening. I'm just telling him up front so he has
it's
to
just not the
understand.
right No, it's fine. You both said a lot of stuff, and this is not the place to
Well,
finish
we just need
this
to call it out.
conversation.
He just addressed
But okay,
hypocrisy.
but you're
He said he's
but
just
Cam,
I
call
have
it in front of everybody.
pump and dumps.
He
The
says
thing
he's
Cam,
completely
can I say
orthodox, and yet he's
okay?
saying he's going to have to do it face to
Yeah,
face with
we
you,
are, Cam. We
right?
are,
So
Cam. You just
Okay,
your
okay,
day of
but
reckoning is
you're both
coming.
attacking each other. But okay,
You
so
guys,
we're
you
here.
guys.
We're here. I think BitBoy made a fair point on. I'll give you fair points at least I've seen on either side. BitBoy made a fair point. Everyone on this stage it has been hyper focused on Celsius since the freeze. So yes, we've spent a lot of time on this, and we have a lot of great information we can share with BitBoy. You know, he can bring value where he can bring value. People can like or hate him. That's separate from the cell. That doesn't benefit creditors. What matters here is what is best for creditors. BitBoy brings some good points. You know, you can attack his past however you want. People can look at that in different ways, but that is in the past. What matters is the creditors in this situation. And the fact of the situation is there's a ton of people whose livelihoods are on the line. There's a ton of people that, you know, we don't want a bad outcome here. So we just need to focus, give him the information, and see where he can add value. He has a big channel. And we do need to hold these lawyers accountable. That's the main thing right now.
I'm not okay if he's going to threaten me in front of
Wait,
but
sir. You threaten many people and dox people. So how does it feel to have it come back at you? Because I can promise, Cam, I want you to hear me. I want you to hear very clearly. This is coming back on you tenfold. Be prepared for that. That's all I have to say. I don't have another word.
no one
I don't have
can.
another word to say to you.
This
Hey,
is
guys.
misinformation.
No one can.
All right,
Guys,
Ben.
this space
Cam
is not for this.
Yeah, look, Ben, Cam is for us, a valuable member of the community. He plays a really important role, which is he plays the skeptic that drives the information, and you know it is a role he plays. And in this whole process, I've reached those peaks of emotions that you've had, where I've had so many people what felt like attacking me, but we're all just driven to ultra transparency, and we're just trying to. We're trying to get on as a community. So I really like Cam is somebody that's really important to this process. So if you want to be involved in this process, and I think you play a really vital role that can help lots of creditors, then let's figure out how to get on. And that's just how it is, Ben.
Yeah, BitBoy, this is Lawrence again. Listen, you and I are on the same page, and you've taken my title, Stuck on Loud, and I'm not appreciative of having to give it up. But Cam is invaluable to this team, and so is everybody, including you. You bring a lot to the table, and there will be our chance to do this. You're very spot on, in my opinion, with regard to the Supreme Court and how archaic and antiquated the players in that arena are, and how this group has the ability to make this a better place for all of our communities to come. Thank you.
I'm just not going to be constantly cheap shotted. Period. I'm
All right,
not going to be constantly cheap shotted.
please,
It's not
please.
going to happen. So that's fine. Like I can leave it where it is, and we can move forward for sure. But if the cheap shots keep coming,
Yeah,
the real shots are going to come
let's
behind.
move past this.
So,
Hey,
yeah.
Ben, I really love your channel. I love
Thank
your
you.
energy and everything. But let's get past
Sure.
all this, and let's work on
Yeah,
solutions.
I'm all for
Let's
it.
just get past all the the personal stuff. And, you know, I can appreciate where you're coming from, because I think all of us are really angry and fired up, and we want this to be done. And we have our own level of you know,
we've all
financial
individually
burdens.
we've all individually had our moments over the last 7 months. We've all individually lost it on one of these spaces. So I think all of us, including Simon, we've had our moments, and so we can relate to the frustration, right? And that's but let's focus.
Yeah.
Let's see what we can do here.
I want
Yeah,
to
you know,
say
Ben,
something. Hold it.
Ben,
I
you
want to
know,
say something.
Simon's been
Go ahead.
attacked a lot.
Understood.
So,
Yeah.
and he's, you know, he's kept his cool. So, you know, we all have. So, you know, thank you so much for coming up
Yeah,
on the
sure.
stage. Lawrence, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, Mary, thank you. Plan C, you're spot on. The fact that you all can sit here and listen to these people that are contemplating their life savings because it's close to this 5,000, whatever the amount is under, and you listen and give every single one of them the same attention you do to now BitBoy in our group. So let's move forward, BitBoy. A lot has been said today. A lot has been accomplished. You said you just got off the plane. Everything is behind us from here forward. Please.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, I'm moving forward. I have no problem moving forward, working together to do anything, to make all this happen. We come up collectively with what is the best message. I will be the channel for that message. I will be the voice for that message. I'm just not going to deal with cheap shots. And so that's a thing about me that never changes. And that's actually why a lot of people like me.
All
So,
right, enough. We're beyond
okay,
that. Enough.
let's
Please.
talk.
Okay.
Go ahead, Simon. I'm stepping down.
All right. Simon, if you want, I can go on to the next
good.
speaker.
Let's bring on the next person, but accept it.
Yeah.
Ben, you're on the team. Cam, you're on the team. We're weaker without either of you. Figure it out.
Yes.
We need to.
Yeah, this is the boardroom right now. We're family fighting right now, but yeah, Cam's great. Go ahead, DeFi. Oh, he's connecting. I'm not sure if he's connected yet. Is DeFi Don on?
I can't hear him, but I can see he's speaking. It looks like.
Hey Simon, do you want to kind of reset the room, because like you did your YouTube video before this, and I don't know what percentage of people listening saw that YouTube video, but there were 7 kind of main areas that you felt like this plan could be improved upon, and just various ways, you know, we can all take action for better outcomes in those 7 categories.
Guys, we're talking about moving on, and we literally have the Zach XBT post pinned to the top of this. Literally, we're talking about moving on and being a team, and literally Tony, whoever Tony is, Tony has pinned the Zach XBT tweet from a year and a half ago on this.
Let's remove that.
Let's move forward. Let's really move forward together. Thank you.
Yeah,
you said you didn't know what pump and dumps, so they're there. You can look them up.
It's not Tony. You've already settled with custody. There's a lot of people that, you know, have a lot of outstanding issues. Let's focus. Delete that. That's just going to waste time. Come on.
He said he doesn't know what pump and dumps he did, so I just posted
let's bring someone up.
Tony, come on.
Yeah. I've got to pull my computer up because I can't remember them offhand. But let's bring someone up. We'll do some questions.
All right. I think Abracadabra is connecting. And I'm trying to bring everyone up in order to give everyone an opportunity. So,
hey, Tone, do you mind just removing that pin? I don't know how to do it. Just in the name of moving forward as a team. Oh, I think I can do it. I'm going to take it down.
Abracadabra,
Thank
go
you.
ahead. I'm not sure if Abra can hear me or not.
That's the second person. Do you think we've got a glitch?
No. I didn't turn my mic on. Yeah, I was saying that I listened to Simon's presentation earlier. It was very, very good, and I appreciate the energy and the effort that you're putting into this to keep this marathon going. Frankly, I think it was mentioned earlier today. I think we need the 8th point, and maybe I missed it on your presentation, Simon, which is we do need to have that optionality as part of the plan, because you know, to force everybody, we're all taking a massive haircut regardless of how this thing pans out, right? And then to say, I'm sorry, chaps, but we're gonna take an extra 20 to 30% of your assets, and we're gonna put them into a startup, and heads you win, tails you lose type scenario, and that is not appropriate. And I can tell you myself personally, if I have an opportunity to vote, and that optionality is not in the plan, then I will vote against the plan.
Yeah, I'd agree. 8 is optionality, and that was missed off. So just to cover the 7 that I came up with, and I'd certainly add that based upon if you're a creditor, you should really return back to this recording, because there was a good debate with Tecmo and others and Plan C about optionality, and Tony, and we all had. But the 7 that I put is that if we're going to put staked ETH into the fund, then the benchmark should be ETH. The benchmark shouldn't be dollars. They shouldn't receive a performance fee based upon ETH going up. That's not skill. You could lose ETH and still receive a performance fee. The second one is the NovaWolf, TerraWolf, Figure. We should align our interests by them contributing some equity to the fund. And that's the way we tried to set this up in the first place. Clawbacks should be fully defined, and they shouldn't be in there with the exception of insiders and various other things. The fourth is we need competent creditors on the board. And I'll add to that some kind of earn-out structure whereby it's incentivized around how we want this to be. Is this an income play or a growth play? So we need to make sure there's incentives. We don't want to create a token flywheel, number 5, with hash token. So this whole provenance blockchain thing needs to be hashed out, pardon the pun. Number 6, we need to have a stalking horse set up, not a sponsor with no competition where we have no leverage. And so once NovaWolf sets up the negotiation, then we should have competing bidders that are able to try and improve upon that. And number 7 is the liquidation trust that the lawyers are all going to compete to run. That should be a competitive tenure process. And it should be results driven, just like a fund manager is results driven. We shouldn't have a blank check operation where they tell us how much we've got to contribute to the litigation trust, and then they just make losses and pursue, crazy clawbacks and stuff. And then number 8, I'll add, is optionality. If you want a good summary, go back to the YouTube video, and it's on there under the live section. Cool.
Yeah, and that's great. So thanks for that. And I do find it kind of ironic that the company that fucked everybody over has exclusivity to the point of where they're actually choosing the next company to potentially fuck us all over. I do find that kind of ironic.
So strategy-wise, the UCC can, and if they can't, then they should tell us why, because I see nothing in the bankruptcy code that prevents this. They can go in the court hearing on the 8th of March, and the UCC can say that we would like to only extend exclusivity plus have these conditions with it. So we'll extend it if the UCC can put forward a plan, and we can have a stalking horse set up. And that way they don't get the whole thing that they've been worried about with 600,000 plans coming through. But we set up a competitive environment. And they did apply for an extension to the bid today, which I think is pretty interesting. But I know for a fact that there's a bunch of mining operators that are very aggressively trying to get the best deal on the mining side. And I know for a fact there's a bunch of ATSs that want to get the best deal. And I know for a fact that there's a bunch of companies that can take on loans that want to try and get the best deal. And so if you just publish the terms in a stalking horse, it's designed so that, the cost of that aggressive negotiation, in case the stalking horse gets booted out, that they get some kind of compensation for doing the hard work. But if they can't come up with the best deal, everybody else can come up with a better deal. And I think it's a really fair process. I don't understand why we're not doing that.
Well, it makes perfect sense to me, because to have one offer on the table, I appreciate something, Whiting Coast is saying, no, there were 6 offers, and none of them were feasible. But frankly, we heard several weeks ago that apparently, allegedly, there was no offer that was acceptable, and lo and behold, all of a sudden one is acceptable, and now there seems to be this grey area around what White and Case
Well,
involvement
plus the
is.
market's moving. Remember that we had the peak skeptical where every miner was distressed. Like, no one knew whether, we had the complete unwind of so many companies in our industry. Now we seem to have hit a different phase. I know for a fact that the different executives that I'm speaking about right now, they're still in cautious mode, but they're also planning, what does the next bull market look like? What opportunities do I need to take advantage in the distress situation? So the market is constantly evolving, and 1 month in crypto, as we all know, is completely different.
So I have a question for you, Simon, and I don't know if it's possible, feasible. Is it reasonable for? I mean, we've been on I've been on these calls for months, listening and hopefully contributing sometimes. I think that the teams, all of the loans, the custody, the earn, and what have you, I think we've all got a pretty clear idea as to what everybody finds acceptable and not acceptable. So is it feasible that the UCC or yourself and others, the heads of or the representatives for custody and loans and what have you, can set those terms into a document that then can be put forward to the UCC, and then that gets then distributed to the potential bidders and say, this is what we want, and now you need to come up with your plan that meets this criteria, and whoever comes up with the best plan wins.
I know of no reason why that can't happen. And I'm not a bankruptcy expert, but I did pay 1.2 million to our bankruptcy lawyers. I see no reason why that can't happen. Maybe there's something I don't know, but the only reason, that's why I think the most important thing here is get these points out of the table. And if none of that happens, then I'm very skeptical about why. They can either tell us on the town hall, or there's bad actors in the room, and this is when BitBoy's gonna come in handy once we figured out.
Well, the problem is that not the problem, but what my wife and I are both in the similar. Well, we're in the same boat. She's a creditor as well, and what we're struggling to understand, and I'm sure we're not the only ones, is who's leading this scenario on behalf of the creditors. Is the UCC?
Celsius, we are being led by Kirkland Ellis and White and Case. Point blank.
But sorry, just let me just finish my point. It seems like the tail is wagging the dog as opposed to the dog wagging the tail, in the sense that the UCC seems to be being led by White and Case as opposed to White and Case being led by the UCC, which is why the UCC have never come on any of these calls. Not one representative. They've not set up their own calls. It's all been White and Case, White and Case, White and Case.
Yeah, we called them out on that a few weeks back, and I believe they stepped up, and that's the only reason why we got a plan right now, because we forced it.
So going back to the terms, because if you and the other heads or the leads or the representatives for custody earn loan, if you guys can get together, if it's legally feasible, and you obviously have the time and the inclination to do it, if you guys can put those terms together at least, and then obviously the lawyers can then hash out what that means legally, then that also it removes any excuse from White and Case or the other lawyers. I was going to say something else then, to then start pushing back and saying, no, it's going to waste a whole bunch of time. We know, at least being on the calls and with the audience that's on these calls, what people want, and fundamentally everyone seems to agree. So that should actually curtail and make this process much more concise, and also enable other teams to come in and bid as part of that process, and we don't lose any time. We don't then have to start spunking even more millions to these stupid lawyers who just seem to be wasting everybody's time and dragging this thing out as long as possible, as far as I'm concerned.
All right. Thanks, Sabra. Next, DeFi Don.
Hey guys, what's up? What I would like to know is, was this set up before they even filed for bankruptcy? Like, did they Like, was this planned out straight up?
Bingo. I think you're hitting on probably what's going on here.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the C-suite were fully aware of the financial situation, right? And so, they had ample time to put, to consult. I mean, this is all speculation, but I mean, we can go down this path. I don't know if it adds to the constructive conversation, but yeah, I mean, the Chapter 11 process in the U.S., when you hire the biggest law firm in the world to protect your interests, like which is the debtor has done, like K&E is the highest revenue law firm in the entire world, and White and Case is in the top 10. So yeah, I mean, these are big players, and I mean, the C-suite, they knew Chapter 11 and the protections behind it, and it's unfortunate the way the system's set up. But we got to do regardless, we're here and we have to deal with the specific situation now.
But if we can get evidence of that, they're fucked, right?
Well, they're already fucked. I mean, we're already after the examiner report. I mean, we're already going after the C-suite. I mean, you can only go after people so much. Like it's like every state's going to be going after them. We're going to be going after them. I mean, that's what the litigation trust should be for, is going after the C-suite and insiders. That's it. I mean, that's what the litigation trust really should be used for, is going after Alex and co. And to the fullest extent.
Right. All right. Yeah.
Hey,
that's it.
SP.
Yeah,
Hi
I'm back, everyone.
guys.
Hey, SP. Can you hear me
Hey,
okay?
Ben, I came up here, call me an opportunist. I will say we each have our own styles. I don't condone hit pieces on anyone, even your family, but I do like the fact that you are heard and you make a noise. And I did hear you say that you were part of a liquidated loan. So I would assume that was in between the halt and Chapter 11, because that's the only time they liquidated. I am kind of asking for you, maybe I call us the orphans of the group, because we are just kind of we're not being addressed at all. And for some of us, unlike you, that liquidation really affected our whole families and a lot of our net worth. And not only did it be liquidated and we will not see those assets again, we then got a nice little 1099 from the government on the total amount liquidated, which for me was over 6 figures, and it really affects our family. So I was just asking if you could somehow make some noise about us. That would be very helpful, because we're kind of overlooked, and there's a chance I've already kind of written it off because Chapter 11 doesn't consider us, but I do think this was a big was not a nice thing to the whole group, and it's affecting a lot of us. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
let's if you could, I'll follow you, and you can send me a DM, and we can connect and we can talk about this. Because I mean,
Okay.
I'm all for that. And listen, I want people to understand when I say it doesn't affect me, we lost $3 million. It was $15 million at one time. We had to lay off employees. We're past where that's affecting me, and I've built a business to where that $3 million over the long term, over the next 6 months even, isn't going to ultimately matter. But it did when it happened. It did hurt, for sure. And that was our cushion. That's what we were paying employees with. That's why we took money off on a regular basis every week or every couple months or whatever it was, to be able to pay our employees and put it in our bank account. So, I understand what you mean when you say your family was really affected. Our work family was definitely affected by that. We just, it's not the main driver for why I do what I do. But let's do that. I'll connect with you off behind the scenes here, and we can talk when I get back from my trip. And I actually, guys, I gotta jump off. I'm here with my wife. We've got some stuff we gotta do before our book meetup tonight in Philadelphia. And glad to be part of this team. And let's go after these people. And if anybody wants to send me a DM with information or anything, I respond. I don't respond to all the DMs, but I do see everything everybody sees to me. And glad to be part of the team.
Thank you.
Cheers, Ben.
Cool. SP, were you?
Yeah, I honestly just heard him state that, and I'm like, if we need a voice, he would be a perfect voice. So I kind of use it as an opportunist in that sense. So,
SP, are you kind of the Ronan of Celsius
I'm not.
liquidated loans now?
I'm not, but I mean, I cannot tell you that I've taken that on. I've added to the group. I don't even know who started it, but it has really affected, and I kind of wrote it off. But then when we got those 1099s, it kind of like put salt on that wound again. And I'm like, wait, we got to figure, if I can fight for it, we can see. I don't even know what we get. Like I talk with Ronan a lot, and he's like, I would love to help out in some way. I mean, he has everything full with loans, and it would be really hard to take on
But
something that people
he's
don't
really
have.
busy with the sell
Yeah.
ad hoc group now, right?
Yeah, but there is a bunch of us that did it, and it's just that gray area that I feel is so overlooked, because no one was going to add money to a platform. And even if you were, because I know people that did, it wasn't even accessible to do. You couldn't get two people, and when you were wiring the money, they weren't putting it in the right time. So it was a nightmare.
Yeah, liquidated loans have been shafted. There was so much scamming going on there. Like it's freaking awful. And they've been completely underrepresented in the court. I think borrowers in general, they were just ignored for ages, and then suddenly, David Adler stepped at the right moment when Celsius said, "Can we continue the ordinary course of business and start continuing some of those, get some collateral back or unwind some loans?" And then suddenly, it stepped up. Hopefully, something similar will happen with liquidated loans, but unless there's a lawyer nothing's going to happen until a lawyer hits this process. And
that's why I try to use BitBoy, because he might have some ability to do that, because I don't know very many of us in that loan group that do. So I was just
in the end, it comes down to who's going to pay the bill.
Right.
Hey, Ronan's on the stage.
And I just want to say, me, the mama bear of it, I want everyone to be kind and loving. I know we each have different personality strengths and weaknesses, and these guys sometimes have these egos that get to each other. But, we can capitalize on people's
Too much testosterone in the room. That's the issue, right?
And we are all going to be better together. I know that once we come, and I know you've seen that too, Simon, lately. And hopefully we can use the numbers and our voices to realize if they want to get this plan, approved, they better listen to all of us. So if we unify in these areas that we agree upon, I think that will be our biggest strength.
I think it's all the fraud from BitBoy's past, not the testosterone, but yeah, close enough.
Yeah.
They just get attacking. He doesn't need to attack Cam, and I.
Yeah, but you have to be able to separate. You got to be able to separate someone's past from the present. I mean, if he has really valid points to make in this process and can expose things that are affecting people's recovery, I mean, you just have to be able to separate things. And in my opinion,
make it personal.
You're fighting for the
We
same
all
cause too.
Okay, but how much do you want to bet the creditors are going to start paying for a security detail for Greg Pesh, Keith? Who else did he attack? I didn't watch the whole video, but he's not helping.
Yeah, we don't want to pay for those lawyer fees on top of that.
Yeah, we're going to have to pay for Greg Pesh's lawyer to sue BitBoy, probably.
Just like FTX has $10,000 a week in security to take care of his house. I'm like, he could be secure in a jail, but he's out on bail paying an extra $10,000 a week. Where's that coming from? No one's looking into that. This is crazy.
Exactly. Except in this point, I mean, I'm not the biggest Greg Pesh fan, but he actually is innocent. Like, he's giving out these people's phone numbers on the internet. I mean, he's not innocent, BitBoy.
Well, defining innocence is an Go ahead, Simon.
If BitBoy wants some consulting, I think everyone would agree that throughout this whole process, I did an amazing job of separating my emotion for Alex Majinsky from just being working on the plan. So I understand how he feels.
Except you kept your cool.
Yeah, but he went from I have zero preference to I have 1.5 million to I have 3 million, and now he said 12 million. So he can't even get his
No. He didn't say 12. No, he didn't say he has 12. No, you're completely wrong. You said 12 million. He didn't pull 12 million. No. That's nonsense. He was saying at one point when the market was higher, that's how much money he had in the app. There's a huge difference. But it's not relevant. It's just not relevant.
No, to quantify that, my app was worth 45 million at one stage, and the claim is worth 10 million. So I think he just means the price.
You just have to separate the person from the message. It's that simple. What matters at the end of the day is what happens for the people. in these different boats, right? We're all fighting for, whatever we think is right. And we just have to separate the characters involved in this with the actual, what is the right thing for people to be doing here.
Yeah, but
that's fine. I think it's just if somebody comes in being all altruistic and then not disclosing the fact that they have 7 figures on the line, that's where I had an issue with it.
I don't think they have. I think privacy is a real thing when you're a target and you're like, I don't know. We can argue this point, but privacy, we need to respect also people's privacy.
It should be obvious that he has 7 figures on the line, honestly.
He's got 7 figures in the app too. So we're all in different situations. So it comes down to the message.
Man. The disclosure is useful.
I agree. You should disclose, but you don't have to disclose specific amounts. You can say, I'm in this bucket, and that bucket. You don't have to give. No one's obligated to give their dollar value. We don't ask anyone else to do that.
I'm the one that filed that claim for $1 quadrillion. Just kidding.
Yeah, disclose your buckets.
Mary.
I agree. That's good.
Mary wants to dilute us all.
Yes, I do.
Hey, we all want to go back to that golden day in the middle when we looked at our apps and Simon, you had 45 million. I had more than my family's ever seen, so let's make a plan that hopefully, I know it's a risk, but at some point we can see some of those numbers recouped. Okay. That's our goal. Like trying to make, no pun intended, lemonade out of these lemons that we've had. I'm sorry I even brought that up because I didn't mean to, but I just would love, this was life-changing for my family at one point, and now it's life-changing the opposite, but we're gonna pull up our bootstraps and try to make the best out of it and hopefully recover from it better than we were even before.
Listen, all I'm trying to say is if you go to bed with a snake, don't be shocked when you wake up with a bite mark. That's all.
Yeah, but we have 700 people listening to the conversation. They're looking for value. I just don't see the point. Let's go back to what we were talking about before BitBoy came in the room. Let's actually deal with relevant topics.
Yeah, but I think to that point, it shows why it's a problem. Right? We were having this very productive conversation, and then a guy comes in and says, people are all spouting things that don't know the facts. And then when we say, hey, by the way, you don't know the facts, he's like, yeah, you're right. I don't know the facts.
Joe Freedom, thanks for waiting so long. Joe?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, thanks a lot. I appreciate you bringing me on. Can you hear me?
Oh, shoot. Was Tecmo talking? Somebody told me that Tecmo was talking.
He was. You might want to come back up.
Okay, I'll come back up.
Joe.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for taking my call. I guess it's been an interesting little deal, especially with BitBoy coming in. I think overall, I just want to say on that, I really, really like his energy because he seems like one of the only guys, at least influencers. I almost cringe to say that word, but he seems like one of the only influencers that are sort of representing the anger that a lot of the just kind of small fish creditors have. And just a little bit of context, I'm a mid-sized creditor on there, 6 figures on the platform, and I'm pissed just like everybody else. But I guess what I really wanted to come on here and say is, am I the only one that kind of just doesn't think that the writing is just kind of on the wall with this whole Nova Wolf plan? It really seems horrible. Just the fact that the main thing that they're concentrating on is retail clawbacks. And they're, from what I understand, they're not actually concentrating on corporate clawbacks at all. And so that's something that definitely would need to be addressed. Also, I think it's, and I'm probably just saying stuff that's already been said, but I really appreciate you just letting me vent for a second. I also think the whole idea of treating creditors differently as well, putting them into different classes, is complete and total nonsense. The other thing, too, that I'm just kind of wondering if the UCC is taking note is they say that they're plugged into the community. They say that they have an ear to the ground and they care about what creditors think. But at the end of the day, if you go into, and I've been in the annals of these Reddit threads and YouTube comments, I've been in this nightmare like the rest of you for the last 8 months, but I've actually really had my ear to the ground and I've talked to people. And when BitBoy said that there are people who want to commit suicide, that's true. I've talked to those people. That's a very real thing. And I'm just getting the feeling that a lot of the UCC members really actually don't appreciate that fact. They really, truly, they say they do. They pay lip service to it. You had Greg on there the other day. I'm not a huge fan. I think he's super condescending when he's talking to people. And it really seems like they don't really understand the dire straits, the pain. That you guys probably recall that one letter that the elderly lady submitted to the court docket. I don't know if that's the right term, but she's basically taking care of her disabled husband. They're both in their 70s, and she can't even pay her electric bill. So I just don't think they really understand the plight of the creditors. And specifically what I want to address is the fact that if you talk to a majority of creditors, and I know this is anecdotal, but I have a sneaking suspicion from the people that I've talked to and my anecdotal experiences and just reading comments and being in threads that I would say a majority of the creditors do not want this Nova Wolf deal. They don't want any deal that doesn't give them a majority of liquid crypto back. I think this is really, it's so simplistic. I get it. And it's been hammered a million times. But the UCC really doesn't seem to be catching on to that. Like,
Joe, they know. It'd be insane for them not to realize at this point. It's very clear they know and don't care.
Right. And so I guess that's the crux of the issue. Is everybody saying, well, like, the UCC is listening and, we're going to take your recommendations and your complaints and your comments to heart, and we're going to formulate this plan. But then they choose a plan that from the very start has retail clawbacks minus corporate clawbacks. And I get that nothing has been signed and blah, blah, blah. I get all that. But I'm just saying this is not a good look. And I guess I'm maybe just preaching to the choir at this point. But the thing is they won't even put up a poll, like a Twitter poll or anything. Like there needs to be some sort of format where I think Tecmo, or I forget who it was, had a great comment earlier about just getting a list of things. Maybe it was Lawrence, I'm not sure. But getting a list of things that we can all kind of agree on. And I'm pretty sure that you just kind of mentioned that one of them is getting the majority of it back in liquid crypto, in kind or USD. Obviously USD isn't preferable, but mainly in kind would be most preferable. I think that's the number one ticket. That's like the golden ticket in Willy Wonka, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. That's it right there. And it just really doesn't. It's all vague. They talk about, a significant crypto distribution. Well, what does that even mean? And again, I get that we're in the beginning stages of all this, but the writing kind of seems like it's on the wall. I don't trust these people. I don't know that anybody else in this Twitter Spaces really trusts these people from Nova Wolf. I think there's a lot of concerning things. The fact that they're on the Provenance blockchain and there's a whole new company. There's so many things that you could look at. You kind of go, I don't know. And okay, and before I quit, I just want to say one more thing, and I'll quit monopolizing the conversation here. But I also want to say this. The fact that the UCC chose a Nova Wolf deal, as bad as it was, and I'm really not trying to meat ride Simon here, but Simon, your plan is so much better. It's actually kind of insane how much better it is, just objectively speaking. Even the Binance bit was better. So they say, well, we're trying to maximize value for the creditors. That's what they say. And they say that they want to choose the best plan. But I'm just some rube. I'm not an expert by any means. I'm just an average Joe. But the thing is you can see that Simon's plan is much, much, much better. It's not even a debate. So my question to the UCC, if anybody in the UCC is listening, can you explain yourselves? Why would you choose a bid that is clearly worse than when you have bids that are actually clearly better? It just doesn't make any sense. And I think the majority of the small fish creditors like myself, or the people that that don't have a voice, I think a lot of those people are seeing that. And that's why they're pissed, because the UCC is saying one thing and then kind of speaking out the other side of their mouth on the other. And it just come on, we just went through this whole thing where Alex Mashinsky and co. lied to us, said it was safer than the bank, and now they're asking us to trust a whole new entity with zero social proof. And it just seems insane to me. And I guess at this point I'm rambling and just sort of venting and going off on a tangent. but I do really appreciate you guys letting me speak. And I just want some clarity from the UCC. And I want to actually feel like we're heard, because right now it just doesn't feel like we're heard. And I think I can speak for a majority of the creditors when I say that, and I think maybe Tecmo made this great point, that the majority of the creditors on there, the people who care, and that's pretty much the majority of people, they didn't put their money on there to gamble in a high-risk hedge fund. Okay, so any plan going forward needs to take that into account. Most people just want to pay their electric bills or had a little nest egg stashed away. So this idea that we're going to then degen and be forced invested into this new company with zero social proof, with some recovery tokens, management tokens, what equity tokens, none of that is real value, UCC. None of it. Okay, we want our liquid crypto back. And that's basically all I have to say. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, it goes back to optionality. I'm not going to rehash it, but the conversation we had earlier to do with optionality and letting people decide how much risk they want to take versus getting more liquidity and stuff. But anyways, that's on the recording.
Yeah, and to pitch against myself, to be fair, just so everyone has the information, I think NovaWolf has a big advantage in that they are one company that is able to touch on lots of different areas through common investments and threads and stuff, and they're a US first company. Bank to the Future is not a US first company. It's why we tried to execute some acquisitions in order to execute, and we failed at that. And so that's one thing. And so we pivoted to putting together a group of people that are US first and took ourselves out of the equation. But the framework of the plan was used, but obviously a bunch of stuff was taken out. So that might be strategic. One strategic route is to give people your worst plan so that when a better plan comes along, everyone wants to accept it because it feels a bit better than you kind of shock them.
Right.
I think Kirkland Ellis have been doing that throughout the whole bankruptcy proceeding. So that might be one strategy. And the other thing is they did what we weren't allowed to do or we didn't try to do. And that is that they started buying up claims. And then remember, those claims are not skin in the game unless they're paying above the initial distribution. And it seems like they were all paying 18 to 25 cents when they're going to be a distribution of approximately 30 cents. So that gives them discounted crypto plus free equity from those claims. And then it appears that they're using that money in order to fund the business, which makes, and we didn't raise finance for this when we said that we were going to. And the reason that we didn't is I have a policy that I've always upheld throughout the whole history of Bank to the Future, which I've never put anything or asked anyone to invest in anything that I'm not willing to invest in myself. And when the whole market collapsed and FTX happened and the SALT deal fell through and the UCC started selling off GK8, the whole structure that I proposed started to fall apart. And so I wouldn't raise finance for it because I wasn't even willing to put my claim into this. And so part of what we have to get to is that I cannot, with a straight face, ever ask anyone to invest in anything that I wouldn't invest my own money to. So what I want to see here with this NovaWolf plan is a framework and then improving on that framework and get it to the point where it's something that I'm willing to put my money into. And if I'm willing to put my money into it, then we've hit a point where I'm comfortable with the plan. And at the moment, I wouldn't put another cent into this plan right now.
Right. Let me ask you this, Simon. What do you think the chances are that the UCC will actually hear this kind of message? And I guess I do want to I want everybody else to chime in here on the spaces. And I guess it'll be anecdotal. But how many of you really want to just see liquid crypto back versus getting jettisoned into as BitBoy affectionately called it, the ass token? How many of you want to actually see liquid distributions? Because I got to imagine that's I know that's the majority of the small creditors.
Everybody.
Right.
Everybody.
Right. Okay, cool. So, that's kind of my question is what do we got to do to get the UCC to hear that? Like, guys, we don't want these recovery tokens. We want our actual valuable crypto back, whether it's in Bitcoin or ETH or USD even. But it's just like,
But just again, not to cut you off,
yeah,
Joe, but just to be clear, like if all it was just like if them being like, oh, that's what you want, like that, I don't think that's the issue, right? They
Right.
clearly know that, and there's a reason why they are not forthcoming, because they are trying to screw us.
And that's kind of what I think as well. And I don't know if that's a doomer / like black pill kind of take or whatever, but I'm with you, man. That's exactly how I feel about it. And I guess I'm just wondering.
It's the only logical conclusion you can come to if a majority of people want one thing and you're doing the other.
Yeah, exactly. So how do we actually communicate that to the UCC? I guess you kind of just summed it up. You can't, because they are actively, seemingly, trying to screw us over, and they know that people want liquid crypto back. I guess that's just how does a creditor? What would you guys say?
My way of judging it is, do they set up a stalking horse in a competitive environment, and do they put the right people on the board? If that doesn't happen, then I think this is a corrupted process. Right. I want to see those two things happen, and if we don't, then there is a reason. This is an old boys network, and I can tell you I'm not in it.
Right.
Tecmo and Joe, I totally agree with you, Tecmo and Joe, but then I also hear this, like, they don't have our crypto to give us back. So I know, Tecmo, you probably would
They got
rather whatever you
50%. The
have.
coin reports out today. They got 50%.
Okay, so they could give us 50 and go. Okay.
And that seems way better than getting 20 or 30% with the tokens, of course, but I see what you're saying for sure. They don't have all the crypto. I guess they should have been more specific about that. Yeah. Whatever they have, whatever they can fairly distribute to creditors equally. That's obviously ideal.
But then they would not have a company because they're utilizing our crypto as their capital.
Right.
That's the whole point
Right.
here. That's and we see that, and I see the business standpoint of that, and I see how we get screwed in that. Now, if they could make it a business, but it's like a huge VC risk, like bigger risk than we were already in. That's
they totally can. So they could put our staked ETH into the fund, which I don't want. But if they are going to do that, then they can have a slow release schedule that pays off the staked ETH over time. They can have a dividend schedule, which I think is what they're planning. I do think that that's what's coming into the plan. And they can actually, play the loans game where there is a certain element of funding, and then also the benchmarking. So I really do want to stay productive, as in there are solutions for all the problems that you're explaining. So as long as they work on those solutions, then we know. If they don't, they've either got to give us a reason why there was that. And I do choose to try and give the benefit of the doubt for as long as I can, but I have my things which says, right, there's no logical reason why you wouldn't do these things. And so
right,
as long as we understand that, then we can know, right, we have reached the point where this is a bad actor. We know that. So how do we use the US process? What happens when you took this out of a competitive process and put it into a monopoly? Based upon the relationships that the lawyers already had and their positions.
It just feels like, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Simon, but I just want to say, it just feels like, and I think a lot of, mid to small level creditors feel this way too. It just feels like this is inevitable. It feels like we're just inevitably not going to be heard, because kind of like Tecmo was just saying, and SB is saying they have a company. They wouldn't have a company if they just did the right thing and returned the crypto. So it kind of just seems inevitable. And that's kind of what I'm afraid of.
Well, there is an alternative, because it's not 100% true, because Abra already has a company. Mining companies already have a company. Bank to the Future already has a company. We're all profitable. And so therefore just adding additions onto a profitable company doesn't necessarily mean that we need your crypto in order to do that, because we're already paying for those operations already. It's just scaling those operations. So it's not necessarily that you have to have the reason that NovaWolf need it is because they're a startup.
Right. And so do you, Simon. I guess honestly, I have been curious this whole time. You mentioned earlier that you've been doing a really good job divorcing your emotions from the whole episode, and I'll say you are absolutely right.
I was being sarcastic, by the way.
Okay, well, I got to say, I think, even though you're being sarcastic, I think you've done a pretty good job, because I'm trying to imagine myself on YouTube doing these epic videos.
No, bring Alex
off the entire time.
Mazinski. Bring Alex Mazinski up, and I'll be like Ben and worse.
Right. So I guess I'm just curious how you feel. I want to ask you specifically, how do you feel that they just didn't select your bid? Is that something that you can even address?
I did say we're not a US first company, and therefore there's additional risks that come with. I wouldn't want to be anyone that got in the way of the process. And if we were going to be, Binance is getting a lot of shit as a non-US first company. And I did screw up the acquisition. I tried to, we tried to acquire Salt and get the additional licenses that we needed, and that deal fell through. We couldn't execute it. Right. So then we switched the bid to a less attractive bid, which was just distributing the assets and being a supplier, and then connecting, different people that have what I believe to be the best operational experience to execute that. And so I can't, if I was just to be a dick, then I could just say, they're just, I could just blame it all on them. But it's not quite as straightforward. It's not apples and pears. And NovaWolf is a US first company that had the licenses.
I see.
That has some mining experiences, and I can see why they might think that this is the best option. Now, that's why I pivoted immediately to, all right, how do we make that better? And here's what I would do if I were you in your position. Let's do that. And so that's where I think our focus should be. And then, and this is really important, make it a stalking horse. Set the framework and give everyone an opportunity to do better.
That seems, I had no idea about the stalking horse. That seems like that's very astute.
Simon, can I ask you, I'm going to utilize your knowledge in the OG in the space and being a Bitcoin maxi. I know you invest in all different assets, not just Bitcoin, but that is the one. And I guess Ronan left. But what is your thought on this loans thing where they're going to, I know, turn it all over to the ETH and then go back? I mean, it's hard for me to wrap my head around this, and I've been asking other people. What is your thought, and how do you look at that situation?
I think it's subjecting the borrowers to a risk that they may not be comfortable with, so that sucks. But at the same time, Ethereum generates income and yield, and so that creates a business opportunity that Bitcoin can't. And so I think they've done a pretty smart structure there. I do admire the way that they set that up. So now I think it's just about optimizing that structure to give people the ability to lower their risk, because 5 years in ETH.
Yeah, the terms are a little long, I would say.
Yeah, so I think they're negotiating that, but it totally makes sense to me as a financial structure. It introduces all sorts of very complex modeling to figure out, and hopefully they're on top of that. And it definitely introduces additional layers of risk, but it's a function of, if Bitcoin was proof of stake and produced yield, then they would have used Bitcoin. But then that's why Bitcoin's Bitcoin, because it's not proof of stake and doesn't produce yield. And that's why it's this reliable thing. So we've got a proof of stake play, and all of the borrowers have to go into that. I think there's some interesting things you could do. So like at Bank to the Future, we created a staking security where you put your ETH up, and then every time it pays an ETH reward, we convert it automatically to Bitcoin. So you just use ETH as a way of increasing your Bitcoin stack, and then you just have a little core. Like they could do things like that. But we've already got a big mining play, which is a big Bitcoin play. I think they've come up with a decent structure. I think that now the job is to renegotiate those so that you can just manage risks better, and that's my honest feedback, really.
Thank you.
Oh, it looks like we've lost Mary.
I wanted to discuss the loans part, because there's a way to fund the company without using people's coins. So if you look on the Nest, I don't know if it's a second one or third one. I put a loan plan where people have the option to get out of their loan pretty much right away. They can either pay up the principal and collect, something like 50-60% of their collateral that the Nova Wolf can pay us over, a span of like 3 years. They can pay up half of it up front and the rest over the next 2 years. And in this plan, assuming, there's like 400 million in principal, I think 800 million in collateral. I'm assuming at least half of the borrowers are going to just want to get out, be done with it. There's a way to bring in like 200 million in cash pretty much on day one with very minimal risk of, giving them the collateral that might benefit everybody.
That sounds pretty interesting, Tane. I'll take a look.
Yeah, so you could do payments over 3 years, 50% up front, the next 25% year one, or the next year, and then the other 25 in the year after that. The cash pretty much goes as cash. You're not selling Bitcoin, you're not selling ETH, you're not selling stable coins to run the business. You're getting the cash, and then the people can leave and get, a portion of their collateral pretty much straight away.
Hey, Simon, I'm back. Sorry about that. We have.
Okay, you managed to figure out the awkward silence when Tony came up with an amazing idea and everyone was bamboozled.
Yeah.
Right. Can you explain that again, please?
All right.
Yeah,
So if you go on the Nest, it looks like it's the next second to last one. If you want to look at it, I just threw out some hypotheticals on there, but this is basically, the percentages on collateral. We can work those out later on, but basically, when you close out your loan, you're gonna get a collateral. So if you close it out right away, you're entitled to 50% of your collateral. The other 50% will be an unsecured claim with the security tokens. If you close it out after a year, you get 60, year 2, 70, and just going up. And if you ride it out the full 5 years, you take the full risk, you get 100% of your collateral. I'm assuming most people want to get out right away. I know I would, just to be done with it. So you pay your principal in full, and you get back 50% of your collateral. So let's say you had 10 Bitcoin as your collateral, you're entitled to half of that. And they can pay that out over 3 years. They could do 3 payments, they could do quarterly payments, they could do monthly payments. It puts less strain on Nova Wolf and brings a pretty substantial cash infusion basically in day one.
Well, very nice.
Is that something that you proposed already, Tony?
I just posted it. I showed it to Ronan. He said, he's going to talk to Adler or whatever. So I said, let me just ask all the loan guys. They're the ones that would have to deal with it. Let's see what people think about it.
What do you think, Simon?
It sounded. Yeah, I can't get my head around without actually sitting down and looking at it. But it sounded really good.
Yeah, because there's going to be a percentage of people that are willing to take a haircut on their collateral just to be done on day one. And since
I think a bunch of people would want that option.
Yeah, and it's all in kind. You don't have to worry about the ETH to Bitcoin transfer or a risk. I mean, if you're willing to go a year, you can go a year. You get more of your collateral. You're willing to go 2 years. If you have the risk tolerance for 5, you want to take that chance to join the wolf pack, you can do it. Everyone has their options. You can do whatever's best for you. Obviously, the interest rates are going to be higher than what we had. If you expect to pay 0% or 1%, those days are gone. But everyone has the ability to choose what they want. And if you do want to get out right away, instead of them liquidating your loan and it becoming an unsecured claim, as was in the pitch deck, you're entitled to half as long as you pay your collateral, your principal, I mean. You're entitled to half of your collateral in kind over 3 years, and you get that unsecured claim for the balance. So you get the upside if the reorg, becomes something incredible, and if it doesn't, then you got half of your Bitcoin in kind.
Hey Tony, so I like the idea of more optionality, and this goes to kind of like the general point that we talked about earlier with Tecmo about optionality for people that are in earned getting more liquid crypto versus people wanting to stick around for the reorg. The thing about this is if you're gonna like, I'm looking at it from the other side. So if you want to model these things out, the tricky thing is if you're gonna model out a plan, you have to kind of have if you create a free market, then there has to be a reaction, right? Versus if you model something out, it's hard for them to know how people are going to respond, right? How many people are going to go for the 5-year versus the 1 year versus the wanting out right away? So if you create a free market, what that would actually do is so if everyone wants out, then what that would mean is the people that stay the longest would get like by far a better recovery. Like that's just the only way to make the numbers work because you need some people to stay. Right? So you'd have to be some sort of a mathematical equation because you have to be able to model these things out. So if you have more, and it would actually be a fluctuating number. So it would say, okay, as of today, if you want out, this is your percent. Like it'd have to be responsive is my point, right? If 50% want out after 1 year, now the 3-year lock-in goes up to a higher recovery. Now more people might want to stay longer, right? So it has to be kind of, again, it gets pretty complicated, but that would be the ideal way to do this, is a free market, just like you would with anything.
It doesn't have to be a complicated equation. It's simple math. If you want to stay longer, take more risk, you get a higher percentage of your collateral.
Yes, but what if you say, if people stay for 5 years, they get 90% of it. Stay for whatever 3 years, they get whatever percent. And I mean, I guess you're just going to have you're just betting on the fact that everyone is going to have different, like it's going to naturally kind of bucket out, and you think it's going to be relatively even. Like some people want out, and then other people will stay for 5 years. I guess there is that possibility that it ends up distributing nicely.
It's basically a convenience class, but for loan borrowers, right? The people with a smaller loan, they're going to say, fuck it, just let me get out. I'll take my haircut, whatever it is. And the people that have giant loans that aren't going to have, $2 million liquid to just close out their loan, it's going to work out for them better because they can keep their loan open.
I think it's a good idea. Maybe I'm probably way overcomplicating it. I think you came up with a good idea, Tony. You focus on it. I'll let you deal with it. But it seems like a reasonable thing because it adds more optionality. That's it.
The most important person in the room is Ronan.
Well, that's what I was going to say, Tony. Your alt account knows about it, right? Your alt account knows about this plan, and I trust your alt account to be soliciting these great ideas. So I trust, Tony, your alt account, Celsius Loans.
Ronan is way more important than me. People were scared about me like forcing them into Bank to the Future. Now, Ronan is Seltoshi. He's in charge of this whole process. The future of the entire success of this operation comes from the negotiation that Ronan is King Seltoshi at the moment.
Tony got us in bankruptcy, and Loans is going to get us out of bankruptcy.
My main account got us in here. My alt account's going to get us out, guys. Don't worry.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Ronan, did you finally use your promotion code that Tony gave you to get up on stage? Is that how you got
exactly? I was trying to do the voice modulator on my main account, so yeah, I can kind of have some little separation. But apologies, I missed the BitBoy Cam interaction, but I do want to take this time. I know, Simon, I appreciate what you said. I'm thinking about a way out of this mess that kind of unites rival factions, both on the app and outside the app. And so I'm officially calling at this time for BitBoy and Keith Woodford to join forces in a creditor alliance to invade the country of Bhutan and claw back the $50 million on Sovereign Wealth Fund. Commander BitBoy and Commander Woodford, under the banner of the Celsius Creditor clan. We are leading an invasion into Bhutan. I've added on Twitter the PM of Bhutan to give him awareness of a coalition of the willing of creditors are potentially looking at an invasion to claw back $49 million. So I'm in talks with BitBoy now. He is looking to travel to Bhutan. We would like to end this obviously peacefully and return the $49 million to creditors, but Bhutan may resist. So we're going to pursue diplomacy first before we launch the creditor invasion into Bhutan. Thank you.
Yeah, for those that don't know what we're talking about, one of the largest creditors or subject to clawbacks.
Number one, Simon. Number one.
Number one is Mashinsky scammed a sovereign. It's amazing.
I'm
What's
waiting
that?
for
Hey, what's their
Rep Com to
currency?
come out.
Ronan, have you figured out what's their currency?
I think they did it in Cell Token. Actually, that's what's even more crazy.
No, but what's their country's currency?
Oh, after I'm done, it'll be the CBDC cell.
All right, short.
Yeah, but imagine
at
the top of the market. Imagine at the top of the market what that was worth. I mean, it was worth in the hundreds of millions of dollars.
But I would like to.
Their sovereign wealth fund was Celsius. And that's amazing.
Simon, I'd actually want to know if the Prime Minister of Bhutan is actually a Bitcoin maxi, because I mean, I would potentially be willing to give up the preference claim if it wasn't Bitcoin, but anything else will claw back. But yeah, it is. It's very interesting. But yeah, apologies for missing portion of the space. It's good to be here. I know I was listening in on my Tony Alt account, but I'm up here on my main now.
What do you think of Tony's idea with loans? So Celsius loans.
Are you talking about for active or liquidated?
No, Tony gave Tony, you can explain it.
Well, Tony and I have, I mean, my other account and I have been in great comms. Tony's put in an incredible amount of work, as have a lot of other creditors, but Tony specifically for loans. We're really trying to build a framework. And when you talk with, or if you were to talk with Nova Wolf and if you were to talk with the UCC, it's tough to model out haircuts or return of collateral or payments, because you just have to have the specific numbers before you can model stuff out. So we are very much focused on a type of plan framework. I know Nova Wolf, I mean, they have been putting out comms. I know they put out a 10-minute video today. I was actually somewhat impressed by their team. They come across as competent. They're not talking about banks are not your friends nonsense and all of this. But obviously it was a puff piece. They brought in a corporate communicator to do a softball interview. So I know Rupi's got his hand up. I'll pass it over to him, but I have already fraudulently induced Rupi once. I would love to see Rupi host, and I'll tweet it out. I would love to see Rupi hosting a space. I can co-host in my alt account. Tony can co-host, and I would love for a creditor-led invitation to Michael Abate, Jason New, and the SoFi CEO to come and introduce themselves to creditors, have a very professional discussion, see what they would like. Because right now it is the UCC that's talking with them. Scott Duffy obviously orchestrated and put together this deal that we all would like to know more on. But I think me fraudulently inducing Rupi to host a space and have them come on and keep it very businesslike, very professional, cycle through as many people to ask questions of their management team and have them introduce themselves, I think would be very...
BitBoy will be more professional than Rupi, I think.
Yeah, no, agreed there, Simon. So, but Rupi has no choice.
That's cool. And, out of all of his jokes, he was serious about that one. So, and I think we all deserve that, to be honest with you. Hey, I just wanted to, I know Plan C said about numbers and modeling stuff out. And as far as Tony's plan, if you think about it, it's actually kind of cool because, can you guys hear me okay? I'm on 3G down here.
Yeah, we got you.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so basically the creditor or the borrowers owe 411 million, and I believe their collateral's roughly 750 million. And so, you know, in Clancy's in thought experiment, if everybody pays off right away, then that'll be 411 million coming in, and an automatic 50% on that collateral. And then not only that, but then that collateral is being paid back after 3 years. So me being an earn guy, and I honestly think it's fair. And then not only that, if you really dig in deeper, for the ones that do take the risk, if Newco fails, they'll be an unsecured creditor again. And so, you know, so that's also treating earn fair. But anyway, so that's just my little bit of color on that plan. And I think it's actually pretty fair. So if UCC could take a look at it, and I think it's a good thing. But I wanted to bring up 2 points, just about the plan, you know, itself. And, you know, Simon, thanks for correcting me about understanding the equity play. And I also think that it's probably one of the things that you want to see as well. And it's just having more of a skin in the game for either for Nova Wolf and Figure for sure, and then I'm not sure how Terra Wolf comes into it. But as far as, you know, putting some of their equity in, just so then we know that, you know, this fund, or I mean, I hate to call it a fund. I mean, it's an operating business, right? I mean, it's a mining facility, and it for me would give a little bit more comfort in understanding that they're not just going to let it go and pull miners off, you know, after 4 years, 5 years, whatever's not profitable, and not really refill the shelf. So, you know, I think that equity idea is very good. And then now with all this equity talk, my second is most of us that were on Celsius, we all had a hodl mindset, right? I mean, it was literally put onto us every Friday. And but we really had a hodl mindset. Just hodl your stuff and just keep on going with your life. The issue with this seed investor VC is it's more of DeFi Centurion was talking about it yesterday as well, and it's more of what's the exit strategy. Now we have to have a mindset, you know, opposite. You know, we have to have a change. So it's like, you know, now instead of a hodl mindset, we have to understand, okay, we're not hodling these. Is it going to be 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years? I think the community, we can all help with that. But nonetheless, you have to understand that it's a mind shift. You're not going to be holding these tokens, I don't believe, for, you know, 15, 20 years. Now, we don't see the plan, but as far as understanding equity compared to what we were going into, I think a lot of the creditors need to understand that that's a slight difference. And Simon, if you can speak to that. I mean, I'm you know, credited investor, but honestly, I tell everybody it really doesn't mean anything, you know?
Yeah, so the interesting thing about this is it's a equity income play. So you get shares which will give you entitlement to dividends, and dividends can be constructed where they feel a little bit like Celsius, but with transparency and, you know, public reporting standards, and knowing that it will eventually expire worthless, or they'll inject an operating company or a reinvestment strategy. And so I'm kind of favoring, and we've done this in the past. We did it in 2015 with the Bitcoin mining backed security, and then Bitcoin Capital, which was half VC, half mining. And it was a holding company that then sits on various investments, and some of those were Kraken and various other companies. And then the mining operation went on for 3 years, and we just paid out daily dividends. But if you've got loans, if you've got staking, and if you've got mining, those are all income businesses, rather than growth businesses. So what I want to see is add a bit of growth in there, which is why I want the equity, because then you've got an operating business that can be the long-term hodl, which it is. And the way you make returns in private equity is you either have a secondary market, which they're aiming to build with the token, but, you know, just everyone should know that that's not liquid. That's an aspiration to build out that market. So they may succeed or they may fail to build out that market. Or they go public, and so, that is a process, and it will require. You normally need a mining operation is slightly different, because mining operation, once you've got it up and running, and if the edge is that we've got a debt-free mining operation, that's awesome. And if that's easier to model for an IPO, and most of the Bitcoin IPOs have been mining companies, so that's an understood area. Or you have to wait approximately seven years for a startup to reach the stage where it could IPO. And of those, only 10% will. So that's kind of the game. So they either get acquired, and they talked about vertical integration, and they may have a vertical integration strategy. I know that other businesses they operate seem to do different areas in the mining process, or they, so yeah, that is the mindset, which is why get as much of your crypto out as you can, build an income business that pays dividends. And we either have an income play that expires worthless, which is kind of the fund idea, which is perfectly fine. That's a good way of doing it. Or you try and combine a bit of income and growth. And then the growth would be, a long-term, very long-term hodl. And we all try and work as loyal customers and investors to make that succeed.
Thank you for that. No, appreciate. And yeah, so I guess you're right. It's hold on, sorry. I got my dogs. They're my protectors. So anybody comes through, they just go crazy. But yeah, no, okay. I mean, that makes sense. But I still, man, at the end of the day, I mean, I hear what you say. It's a good thing. I mean, as far as the fund, and then they just let it go, and then, you get some dividends. But to me, it's like, I don't know how much are we really going to be getting? And then with the halving next year. And so I'm kind of curious really what we're still relying on Bitcoin, having a bull run. And that's just the hope that, I'm not 100% sure. And that's still why I honestly believe with liquidation, just because, as you said, get as most coins as you can back from the get-go. And in my mind, I believe that's the fairest way for everybody to get the most coins back from the get-go. But that's just my 2 cents. But thank you for answering. I really appreciate it. And everybody have a good day. I'm going to step down.
I don't think they're dogs there. I think he's got the wolves out, the wolf pack.
Thanks, Ruby. Stephen Ivan?
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, just a few very short points. Number one, I'm so happy to be on this side of the fence. So many people in our group have so much insight, have done so much deep diving and research, and have been helping people like myself to be more aware of what's going on above board, below board. And the YouTube today, Simon, was really, really, really good. And I wasn't going to get on because I've already said this before, but I wanted to get back on what Tecmo and a few other people were saying about optionality. And I'll just be one sentence and then a lighter sentence for hopefully a little bit of a laugh. On the optionality, because I do think some UCC people still might be on the call. I'm not sure. But one thing for the retirement group, there are a few of us here on the call as well. One optionality we don't have is the obvious one. We don't have a lot of time. We don't have a lot of years. And I would gladly go in 100% to get back 20 years. That's an obvious point. So if we're going to be in any way, shape, or form discussing optionality, I think if any UCC folks or wolf, and I hate to beat a dead horse or beat a dead wolf, I don't know the expression, are listening, that should be maybe something to consider. I think Tony hit on that about, paying. I'm in the loans, I'm in earn, and I'm also over 70. So I would like to have the optionality to choose to get a haircut and get my coins now, to get a haircut and pay my loan now. Like both of those are very appealing to me once I see the numbers. So that's just my point I wanted to make. And then if anyone here is listening who's in touch with Alex I just wanted to share with you that if you do end up in some kind of incarceration down the road a piece, just remember, not your keys, not your freedom. Thank you.
Boom.
Thank you. I think that's amazing. That you are. It's so funny because you hear people. I actually thought you were really young. The fact that you're 70, that doesn't come across in your voice. You sound very.
I'm very young at heart. I have a young wife who I brought her along as a Celsian investor, and I'm really trying to save my marriage by getting some of our funds out. I'm saying that with tongue in cheek, but it's true.
Is she forgiving for you, or is she blaming it all on you?
Hold on. Are you forgiving me, baby? No. She said no.
Don't let her claw back your marriage.
Okay. Speaking of clawbacks again, as I just think, Simon, I don't know, maybe you did cover it in your video, but retail clawback should be a definite no on any negotiation moving forward. Insider clawback should be a definitely yes. And we shouldn't move from that position.
What about influencer clawbacks?
Well, now you're going to get me. I don't know. I was an ambassador. Does that make me an influencer?
I think we got to tier the level of ambassador. You're just an all around.
I got kicked out. Wait. I got kicked out by questioning the ambassador lead. I got kicked out of the club by asking a question about how much money he had left in the app, and I was summarily kicked out within 2 minutes.
I think, and I know Crypto Lark and BitBoy are probably in the crosshairs for influencer clawbacks. I'm willing in Twitter bankruptcy court to have BitBoy's preference claim wavered if he leads the invasion against Bhutan.
Well, Bhutan's a beautiful country. I don't know if anyone's been there. It's a closed society north of India.
Have you been there?
I've been in India for 4 years. I've been all over the world for 45 years.
We found someone that's been to Bhutan.
No, not to Bhutan. I've been to Nepal, India. Bhutan is a closed country. You got to know somebody in Celsius management to get in. That was a joke. That's not true. But I mean, it is a closed society, and it's not very open to tourists, as far as I know. But it's a beautiful country up in the Himalayas. One of those Shangri-La type places. Supposed to be very peaceful and beautiful.
Well, they're about to sell legal tender there.
Ha! Good one. I'll sign off now because I'm about to go out. Thank you for having me on, and thank you everyone for amazing amount of work and blood, sweat, and tears. And I was gonna say one more last thing to wax philosophic is that your victory is my victory, and my victory is your victory, and let's all get our victory together, united and going forward. Simon, thank you for all you're doing. I really appreciate it. Everybody else on the call, thanks a lot.
We have to put Steven in front of the invasion because he's going to rally the troops. They're going to be so motivated to fight.
I think that was
put me in charge of the geriatric division.
That was a wartime speech. You already know plenty about the country. We've already provided BitBoy with battle plans. This is huge. This is very important.
Okay, well, as long as it's voluntary, I'm all in.
This is Yellowstone. Thanks, Stephen. Crypto Girl, how you doing?
Okay, hi everybody.
Hi.
I think I second Stephen's plan that there should be optionality for those in retirement or close to retirement like me. I mean, when we look at the language of similarly situated people, I really think that there should be a bucket for retirees because we don't have the time and we can't build back the reserves. And I just think we're going to take the biggest haircut if we're not in the convenience class. The haircut for me is going to be like half $500,000 nearly. So doesn't make me be similarly situated to somebody in the convenience class. And then as for the convenience class, I really think that this is a deliberate cram down maneuver. There's no other reason to see it as anything else. I was looking at those figures that Keith came up with. And so if you think there's 660,000 customers and 494,000 of them have withdrawn significant amounts in the last 90 days, so that's 74% of the 85% convenience class have withdrawn funds. So why would we then give them the lion's share of 70% of their crypto back? They've already had a lot. So that doesn't seem fair, and it doesn't seem equitable to me. I don't know if anybody else feels the same way about that we should look into anyone who's removed significant amounts doesn't also get the 70%. And then the other thought, it just seems to me that the Nova Wolf plan is all one-sided. Here they are with 34 million assets under management when we spent 750 million of customer funds on the Celsius mining operation that we're going to hand over to them, with an additional 20 million on top. And don't forget that Beowulf, that's been in business for 20 years, is an energy company. So it's highly likely that they're going to be buying their energy from Beowulf, so paying themselves twice, basically, and taking all the profit from that energy that they're going to be paying for the Bitcoin mining. And I really don't see how, if the machines are going to become obsolete in a year and a half and the halving's going to happen, that we can recover anything out of this scenario. It will just fritter away. So I have grave concerns about it.
Hey, what if TerraWolf included some of their shares as part of the purchase?
That's what we want.
Yeah, and Figure and Nova Wolf.
Well, specifically
Yeah,
Terra,
saying
because
that's right there.
they're going to be taking over the mining. So if they're getting these rigs that they're going to do pretty much what what they've been doing with TerraWolf, we should get some of the upside to whatever benefit TerraWolf seeks from it.
That's the only way to tie it together. It's the only one that, and then they don't need to compete saying, "Oh, we'll give this Nuco this business line." They can just do the business line in the business they want to do the business in, and then we can benefit from the upside. No one. I can tell you right now, if my sole job as the CEO of BF Global is to do everything for my shareholders. And if I had a separate fund, and that's why we were going to give BF Global into the fund, because I still need to fulfill my commitment. I can't say to my shareholders at BF Global, "Oh, we're going to do something that we would have done at BF Global, and we're going to put it into this Nuco," because then they'll all be screwing, saying, "Well, now you're deviating your efforts into something I don't benefit from." So you have to solve that piece, and the only way I know to solve it, I think they've tried to solve it with the MST, but I don't think it's. I'll reserve judgment till I see it, but putting equity into Nuco is the way you solve that one.
It seems like all the mining rigs are going to be commingled. Like Natty pointed out, they've just made room for exactly the number of rigs that we have. They're all going to be in this facility together. How are they going to not be tempted to help themselves to the hash from our rigs? How is it going to be separated from their rigs?
Yeah, interesting point. I guess the transparency helps there, but that doesn't mean it can't happen. But yeah, the terms of that contract and understand, that's going to have to be fully disclosed. So we're doing a deep dive. The whole community here have done a deep dive on DD to conflicts. But as part of a public reporting company, you would have to have a disclosure statement, and a disclosure statement will consist of disclosing all conflicts, hopefully.
Okay. And then the other thing I wanted to talk about is what's been happening on the docket. So today we see that they objected very strongly to Cool's adversarial proceeding. And they said that because he didn't bring evidence at that hearing back in December the 5th, the famous Earn hearing, he cannot now bring it, because if he wants to bring it forward, it should have been presented to the bankruptcy court on the 5th of December. So now it's not going to be allowed. So this seems very, very unfair, because we did actually have loads of evidence that we wanted to bring in, I was trying to bring in that video where Alex said that they're your coins, and it was on the docket. It was on a docket that was presented that day, and the judge wouldn't hear it. So now that's having big consequences for us, because now Kirkland has separated all that off, and it's no longer, we can't go back and recuperate that. And then the other docket that I thought was very concerning was Fred Shanks, because his docket that went today shows us exactly how they're going to treat liquidated loans. And I don't know if anybody's read it, but it's just so despicable. They've said that he requested to use his collateral to pay off his loan, and they requested that he bring new funds to the platform, and then they liquidated him. And the language that they're using, they're making it be all his fault that he refused to do this. And there's no sympathy whatsoever for this massive liquidation that he suffered because he couldn't move funds around. He had the funds on the platform like lots of people have, and he couldn't move them around. So I just feel that they're really maneuvering against us. And another argument that they gave to him was that all these defences for breach of contract claims and the fraud are explicitly reserved for the claims resolution process. So as one of three people who's had their claim called out, and I'm going to have my own hearing, when I look at the docket of objections that they've put to my claim, it's all, this would take way too long to litigate and be way too expensive, therefore we're not going to address it. We just need to reduce your claim to the coins. So they're just playing a game with us all. And we just somehow have to stop the game and get real value. Otherwise, we'll end up how Voyager has ended up, where they now are going to get 20%. When they started off thinking they were going to get 70%, and then it was going to be 50%. And now they've discovered at the last minute that it will be 20% if they're lucky, because the SEC stepped in at the 11th hour at 4:00 on the last day of the vote. So these are some very dirty tactics that I think we're getting a full warning of when we look at what's happening with Voyager. So I don't know if anybody has any thoughts on that.
Thanks for bringing all that to our attention. Yeah, I've been so focused on the plan. I hadn't seen a lot of that stuff. So thanks for bringing that to our attention.
Thank you, Crypto Girl.
Oh, you're welcome.
Keith?
Hey guys. Real quick on the MST. When they talk about dividends, that's not cash dividends, right? That's giving us dividends back in more MST tokens?
We don't know yet. I haven't seen that detail, but I think the dividends is mainly the MST. Firstly, is it management on just the performance of the fund? So they're going to charge most likely a 2 and 20, and then the MST is in the couple of bullets I've seen that you, after 4 years, so first year will be based upon net asset value, and then after 4 years it will be token value, which creates all sorts of shenanigans that can happen in a liquid market. But I understand what they were trying to achieve there. They want the token to actually verge upon the net asset value. Or is it a mechanism to tie their full operating business over to ours, where we would get a cut of all the management fees from the entire business? My guess is it's just the management fee from this fund. But I don't have enough detail to fully know that yet, so I'm going to wait. I'm going to park that judgment till I see the term sheet. But this was their way of trying to align our interests. I know that was the goal of it.
Yeah, it's just hard for me to see value in any of these fees or dividends if it's all on this dead blockchain with a token that has no liquidity. I mean, they could say this value or that value, but if there's no liquidity, there's no value if I can't sell it.
Yeah, one thing that concerns me when I signed up to the app and is if their idea is to use, and I'm not saying this is, but just something to be aware of, if their idea is to use the mining dividend, staking income and loan income in order to try and get more traction for their stable coin, whereby every time income comes in, they mint their stable coin, and then we end up with a stable coin that kind of, converts all the Bitcoin into this stable coin that you can't really do anything, and then they use that. Because when I signed up for the app, the only way for me to purchase the token, and I was just experimenting, was to complete the KYC, do the qualification criteria, and then I couldn't deposit Bitcoin or ETH or anything. I could only do an ACH transfer, and then the ACH, I'm assuming, would go to the bank partner, and then it would mint the stable coin. But then what can you do with the stable coin? It's like this TradFi startup stable coin that's backed by bank deposits, that's on the Providence blockchain. Yeah, I hope that's not the plan. I'm not saying it is. But imagine if they just end up like filling the Bitcoin hole, converting it into this stable, which ends up just creating bank deposits for us that pays the dividends, because they're trying to do. I know when you have an ATS, you have to have a special permission to deal with virtual assets, and so they're not a special purpose broker dealer that can deal with virtual assets yet, because the SEC hasn't approved any of those yet. So I know, like Securitize, for example, they can deal with USDC, but they can't take Bitcoin or ETH deposits without the additional permission. And the SEC hasn't issued that permission to anyone yet. So all the devil in the detail that you can rest assured. I noticed Crypto YOLO's up here. He I think looking at a lot of those details from his experience, and I think I'll certainly be looking and focusing on the structuring side. I'm really excited to see what the plan is, and then push back on where I think it's going to be bad.
Wait, this is the first I'm hearing of this stablecoin. You're not referring to the hash token, are you?
The hash token is a utility token that we don't want to be a token flywheel.
Exactly.
And I'd rather this be nothing to do with the plan, because Voyager at the moment are stuck in bankruptcy because of the VGX token, and the SEC, the FDIC, the New York Financial Services Department are not allowing the bid to go through because it's stuck on the VGX side. So I really don't want the Cell token to be that thing that I tried to prepare us all for that the Cell token on the app will be no more. And I don't think they'll allow payment in kind, is what we're seeing with Voyager. But the way that my understanding is that the Provenance blockchain is a separate blockchain, so that it's not like an ERC20.
Right.
So obviously it's following more like a Binance model, where you create your own ecosystem, and you have a token, and like ETH, you have to pay the gas fees. And so the only way I could purchase the token to pay for the gas fees was to ACH in. So it's a proper, TradFi iteration of getting excited about blockchain and not really achieving too much. I see that quite a lot, but we'll see.
And you said something earlier about their vision is to have liquidity, but that's just their vision. Currently, there is no liquidity. So
there isn't liquidity, 100%. I know,
Right.
because we've been trying to create liquidity since 2017 for security tokens, and the industry hasn't succeeded yet. It doesn't mean it won't be there, but you can't see this as a liquidity play.
Right.
The liquidity is not going to be there.
And that's one of my main concerns that I'm really not hearing emphasized much, because, like you said, there's 50% there. We all want our 50% back. If they want to give us the tokens for the remaining 50 that's missing, that's fine. But to give us 20 and then give us a token that's not liquid, number one. And then if it's just a vision, what's to stop it from being just like the loans, where it's 5 years before they enable some sort of liquidity?
Yeah, they are. Think of it like Cherokee. There is some degree of liquidity in Cherokee, but it's a significant discount to what the speculation of net asset value is. So I think the idea of the market is that it will be a peer-to-peer market. So you'd have to get KYC'd, you'd have to be accredited, and not to sell. You should be able to sell using the exemptions in the bankruptcy code. And if the operation succeeds, it may be a full-blown, you can have retail. But to get out of Chapter 11, you definitely don't want to try and get retail permissions to buy. That's the SEC is going to be all over that. The conservative strategy is only allow their current investors to buy, and they're distressed. They've created a community of distressed investors, so they're buying on Cherokee, and the reason they're buying on Cherokee is to fund the operation because they can get free crypto if they buy at a discount to the in-kind distribution and then free equity on top. But that is where I think the 45 to 50 million comes through the Cherokee, the spread on the Cherokee trade.
Gotcha. And then, if you could help me understand something real quick. From what I understand, we're not getting the full disclosure statement until likely the end of March, but the bridge order was till the 8th. So what are we getting on the 8th that's going to allow the judge to decide to continue exclusivity or if the UCC could end it?
Crypto, can you answer that one?
Well, I mean, I hate jumping in the middle of things, so I don't know what's transpired. But basically, what is required is to end the exclusivity is somebody objecting to it, and whether or not Judge Glenn says, okay, that's enough to end it, and at least open it up to the UCC and or the ad hocs as well to present a plan, which is kind of the concept that's been put forth for potentially ending exclusivity, will depend on whether or not there are indicia that the plan is moving forward to a potentially confirmable plan. So I think people have mentioned the term sheet. So is there a term sheet that's actually signed between the two parties, for example? Are there definitive purchase agreements that are signed between the two parties? So what is the status of the transaction between the parties, and then where is it waiting for court approval will kind of be key in determining whether or not I think the UCC objects and other people object, and whether or not the judge decides to continue the exclusivity or end it. So, I mean, the bridge order basically said, hey, file everything by March 1st, and then everybody can object, and then we'll have a hearing on March 8th to see where we are.
Wait, what's the difference with the term sheet and the disclosure statement?
Huge.
Gotcha.
The term sheet is, I don't know, call it 5 to 13 pages, or it could be one page, but let's call it 5 to 13 pages. Hey, Simon, how long was your term sheet with SALT? It's probably, 5 to 10 pages?
We did an LOI that was like 5 pages, and then term sheet was like probably, I mean, we had coolies on it, so they go into the hundreds of pages. They got coolied.
Cool. Oh, they got cooling notices. Okay, from the SEC, so they had to provide additional. But the disclosure statement is going to be 150 or a couple hundred pages. Nobody's going to read the whole thing. I mean, maybe some people in this crowd will. I'm sure Keith will and Cam Cruz will. And then there'll be kind of call it a 3 to 5 page kind of key point summary in it that's written to be more understandable for the average person. But all the glorious details that a lot of people are looking for will be in that full, call it a couple hundred page disclosure statement, which has to be, ruled by the court as being full and adequate disclosure. And there's probably going to be multiple drafts of that. And before anybody votes, that disclosure statement has to be approved by the court. And I believe Aaron mentioned it on the town hall. It was either Aaron or, I think it was Aaron. But there's likely also going to be a supplement to the disclosure plan statement, and maybe more than one before the voting closes. And I did pick up on the comment on Voyager kind of moving the amount of the liquid coins returned, and that's kind of late breaking events that happened. First off, between July and now, clearly FTX went bankrupt. And then the big thing was that FTX asserted a clawback claim against Voyager. And I don't know the timing of that versus the original plan filing, but it's because of that potential clawback that the estate needs to reserve additional coins to potentially, give back to FTX if they prevail in that clawback motion. So that's what reduced the amount of liquid crypto going out to the Voyager customers.
We don't have that same exposure here, right?
Not to my knowledge. I don't. Well, we were bankrupt before FTX in more than 90 days, so I don't think that there's any potential clawback issue from FTX towards us, unless there was some insider linkage. But I think that's speculative.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Chief.
Our thing is that we missed the claims bar date for our claim, our $7 million claim against Voyager.
Hey, that was just merely an accident, Crypto YOLO. They didn't mean to. They said they were sorry.
All right. The easiest way to handle that is a nice $7 million reduction in fees. And I don't know if it was Kirtland or Conflict Counsel that missed that one. But whoever missed it ought to give us a $7 million fee reduction. Simple. No harm, no foul.
I was going to say Kirkland and Ellis could give us a $7 million Bitmain style coupon that we can use in a future bankruptcy.
Okay. I love those coupons for those miners that keep going obsolete.
You always come up with the great ideas, Ronan.
Hey, we're here in the
Kirkland and Ellis coin is pumping like crazy.
Hey, it's two like you said, Simon, two validators, White and Case, Kirkland and Ellis. It's a creditor supply cap, and they are validating the transactions into their two personal wallets. I think I got that right.
Yeah, we've got two validators, and the gas fees are $2,300 per hour, and it's a 8-month confirmation time on block sizes, approved by Judge Glenn.
Poor Alexander, you've had your hand up for so long.
So thank you, everybody, for letting me speak. I hope everybody can hear me. So I made myself some notes, and I have two questions. So the first one, because this is recorded, I want to be clear. I'm calling this a framework. I'm not calling this from myself a plan. Second thing is what Tecmo said. We need optionality for creditors as well as for loan people. The slider, I think it's a great idea. The third one, what SP said, I guess, SP, it was life-changing money what you saw up there in the app. And I always ask myself, whoa, is this really real? No, leave it there. Everybody says it's real and all this stuff. I guess that was before the freeze, right? After the freeze, we now know, okay, it feels way more real now what's happening to all of us. So the fourth point on, I want to say something to clawbacks. Again, it's a really complicated topic, and I think, when you go for Bhutan or Africa or whatever, you don't even know if these people live there. And even when we say, okay, you brought 100 people in and got $50, this is $5,000, right? I mean, there I totally agree with Tony and with Cam. It's different if you have a YouTube channel, okay? I just unfollowed these two persons, what you said in the beginning, and I unfollowed a lot of other people. But of course, it is different if you make money out of YouTube, you have hundreds, thousands of people, you had multiple interviews with the Celsius CEO before, and then you say it's a great idea, okay? So I'm definitely, let's say if BitBoy is not, if he does not have anything to hide, okay, why the heck is he freaking out like he is? I mean, there is nothing we can find, right? But I leave it there. So one more thing I also want to say to the hash token, how I understand the hash token. The hash token will only have value because it's the provenance blockchain. So how I see this token, I need the token to work on the provenance blockchain, to send from one address to another address, and to probably, when I want to trade, get a discount, right? This thing only takes off if we say, okay, the provenance blockchain gets really interoperable with Binance blockchain, with all these other proof of stake blockchains, and it's get the real solution for security tokens. I only see the value of hash token. But anyways, now I come to my two questions. Simon, you said in your video. Okay,
sorry, Alex, are you getting ready to advocate for the token? Are you getting excited now?
No, I'm just saying. Okay.
Are you ready to be a hash token?
Yeah,
maxi?
of course. I mean, there's 63 validators, so they should have their own private or semi-private blockchain. Let's see if they can really secure here, have the blockchain for all their securities. I want to see that.
It's starting.
Yeah,
We
I
got
want
our
to see here
first
10,000
applicant.
companies. Okay, we have securitized, we have Exodus, and we have proven it. Okay, let's see if who's winning. But Simon, here's my question to you, because you, in your video you mentioned, okay, the mining, it's essential, right? And I want to emphasize, we have the Bitcoin mining facility and we have our Ether staking. That's the only thing why this whole thing might work. Okay, but when I look
And
today,
the loans.
What's that?
And the loans as well.
And the loans, yeah. When I look today at Keith, what Keith posted with the Bitcoin mining, how many Bitcoin we mined and stuff, it does not look that we put on additional Bitcoins on our balance sheet. So I kind of wanted to ask, how come that? Do we sell all the Bitcoins? That's the first question. And you, Simon, also said you were willing and got a lot of feedback, a lot of hate because you did not actually determine the entire dollar amount, but you said you put equity into the fund, and we know that Nova Wolf is not putting equity into the fund. So, and now we also know here in the space, right? We definitely know, especially we know that around 55,000 rigs now have a place in TeraWolf's facility. I mean, they definitely should give us equity or put equity into the fund, or I'm wrong here.
Yeah, completely agree. I think it's a really important point. So that's why I think the way we get that is setting up a stalking horse and then competing different companies that want to take different parts. Once you set the framework, and you said, framework is the key word, do the stalking horse setup, and then the people that want to contribute, saying, to the different parts, then that's how we get equity in there. Yeah, that's really important to me, that part.
Thank you.
But I think it's a little bit worse, but I could be wrong. Maybe Crypto YOLO can comment on this one. I think they get preference shares in the fund, so at the end of it, they get to take their shares, and then obviously they've been buying on Cherokee, so that would lead to them having a position as well.
So I asked Aaron this question in the town hall, and he said exactly what the preference shares were still a topic of negotiation, and where they would rank was unclear. And I think, at least I had confusion in terms of the MSTs versus the preference shares. And it sounds like only us, the creditors, are getting the MSTs, and only Nova Wolf are getting the preference shares. So they're two different things. And whether there's whether there's a hurdle in the conversion rate, who knows on the preference shares? I think we know nothing about them. And I agree with you, Alexander, that what we have is a framework, and that's why, to some extent, there's not enough info to judge the deal.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alexander.
Yeah.
Joel,
Twitter bankruptcy court says we're going to troll the shit out of you until you release details. And then as soon as you release details, we're going to troll the shit out of you because we're going to assume a bunch of stuff that may not be true. And then you've got to catch up with trying to get your actual term sheet out there. And in the meantime, we're going to all freak out and think you're the biggest scammer in the world. And is the Twitter bankruptcy process, the court.
Simon, one more thing, because you already opened up and logged in, okay? Again, I went to Figure and I went to Nova Wolf. I don't even know where to log in at Nova Wolf, but at Figure, I didn't create an account up there. But of course, everything is totally new, okay? There is nothing what you could connect what you did on the Celsius wallet, how you should behave or whatever. Okay, that's just also another thing everybody has to learn totally from the beginning.
Well, okay, but you wouldn't expect that, right? So Nova Wolf, their platform, I've been to their website too, isn't designed for us, right? And I don't know how much is available in their portal, but the only people that have access to their portal are their hedge fund investors, the people that invest in the Nova Wolf fund, which they have at least this Nova Wolf Digital Fund 1. And then Figure's got its ongoing business, but they can't have anything to do with Celsius, right? There's no plan that they've put out yet. There's no plan that's been approved yet. So they shouldn't have anything out there for Celsius right now. And it's only once that plan disclosure document's out that they'll really be soliciting votes. I saw that they put up a video about why they engaged in the bid and what they see as valuable. And one of the things that they said was the community, obviously. But they're limited in what they can do to say, oh yeah, it's obviously going to be a success and you can come on board.
Crypto, I totally understand you and I totally agree with you. It's just, I need more information. Okay, I read and what Simon did, I'm just trying to also connect, okay, how do I have to then behave in the future and what should I do and whatnot.
And so I think that the issue is, I think we're all tired of this process. We all want our money back as soon as possible. And the reality is, bankruptcy is not necessarily quick. At least in the U.S. Honestly, for us, other than like trying to get answers and due diligence and making sure we understand, there's nothing for us to do until there actually is, an approved disclosure statement that's the document that is supposed to give us enough information to make an informed decision. That's the whole purpose of that document.
Thank you. That's all. I stepped on.
Thanks so much, Alexander. Joe Lamas?
Yeah. Thank you. And this is my first time ever, talking.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I just muted everyone. I pressed the wrong button. Sorry, Joe. I ruined your first experience.
Yeah, right. Thanks, man. No, but I was actually going to, first of all, say huge thanks to you, Plan C, Mary, Tiffany, and really everyone who's.
I don't see him on stage, Mary and Simon.
Oh, we can hear him, Crypto YOLO. It's just you.
Everyone can hear me.
I can hear you,
Okay.
Joe. Sorry, we twice.
All right. Well,
we screwed
basically
up
to sum up for everyone who couldn't hear me, I thanked everyone, but I just want to say, I have no problem with what BitBoy did and how he engaged with Greg and Keith, and I know this is a little bit controversial, but there's a couple of reasons I have no problem with it. And number one, I mean, the idea of retail clawbacks is completely sadistic. Like, you have to be a sick person to want to hurt people who've already been hurt the way these Celsians have, myself included, and like dig into their bank account. Like, I don't know how these people sleep at night. And number two, whether we like it or not, like, we need people like BitBoy who have a big voice so we can be heard, right? Like, in today's society, maximizing the network effect of social media is super important. And in this case in particular, I mean, the UCC is very clearly trying to sweep the important issues under the rug, right? Not just the UCC, but the lawyers, the people looking after the estate, et cetera, right? And if we don't have people like BitBoy keeping it in the spotlight, like like it's just going to go under the rug, right? And we're going to get retail clawbacks and unfair distribution and this Nova Wolf plan that nobody wants, right? So I feel very strongly that he overall what he's doing is good. And also the UCC and their lawyers, they've shown no transparency in this process. So the frustration he's expressing is how a lot of us feel, right? And that's why I would just say to everybody who's sort of pushing back on him, like, overall what he's doing is good and it's going to help us and it's going to keep this in the spotlight, right? So I actually did also have a question, which is, like, how can we get these guys to give us some transparency into what they're doing, right? Like, they said on one of the calls that it was for negotiation purposes, and then they're saying they're doing everything for the good of the community. Well, it's like, who are they actually talking to? And like, how can we sort of bring it out? Because if they don't want us, I guess, like, Tiffany exposing info about the bids and BitBoy coming after them, the answer to that is them being more transparent, right? And I'm curious what everyone's thoughts are on how we get them to actually, tell us what they're thinking, right? Or are they just being cowards and don't want to tell us that they plan to claw us all back? Like, I think that's actually what it is. So then I may have answered my question, but I'm just curious to get everybody's thoughts. And then Simon, for you,
Yeah, I'll answer that one, and then we'll do your
then
question.
Simon, what about trust? I also want to ask you, like, do they expect to gain the trust of all of us if they do something like clawbacks and this unequal distribution, right? Like, it feels like the business is bound to fail from the start if they do something like that. So anyway, I'll be quiet. I know I'm rambling a bit.
Yeah, so to take a bit of my experience, my lawyers were just constantly telling me not to do what I'm doing, and I just said, and I just said, well, tell me what I can say, tell me what I can't do, and I just kept pushing the barriers because I just thought that, fuck it, communication seems like the right way to do it, and yeah, there's NDAs, there's bankruptcy code, there's solicitation rules, but I don't know. I just went and did what I needed to do. The UCC do have genuine restrictions. So when Celsius have exclusivity, the UCC have to sign an NDA with Celsius. So there are genuine limitations, and there are when you have exclusivity, you're not meant to solicit votes and various other things. So you end up walking this very tight line, and the UCC at the end of the day, the members, at least, this may not be their calling. They had a bunch of funds on the platform, and they may not feel very comfortable going on Twitter speaking to thousands of people. It just may not be their thing. So I'll just give that that perspective, and we all have our own skill sets, and public speaking is not really one for some, but yeah, I mean, it's a very, very important responsibility. So it's quite a job. It's quite a lot of pressure. In terms of clawbacks, it depends on whether they're just going to set up a holding co fund or an operating business. If it's a holding co fund, then they don't need new money. It's just a closed-ended fund where they're trying to ensure that the assets give us the maximum amount of recovery. If we're going to put some equity into the fund, then they need their operating company to be seen as a good actor, especially to attract funds. And so that is a part of our leverage, and we need to make sure that the operating company is lined up with the NUCO. Then clawbacks doesn't make sense, because just like it didn't make sense for us, we thought, no, it totally doesn't make sense if you need relationships.
Simon, we've got the last two speakers. I don't have any more requests. I've got
Yeah,
Michael.
let's end it there then.
Okay, then we've got Michael S. and then after that, Crypto Keeper.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hey Simon, I have a question for you. Did you ask White & Case or Kirkland Ellis how come you were prevented from buying claims and Nova Wolf was okay with it?
I didn't ask them, but they were very specific when we signed the NDA that we're not allowed to buy claims. And there was a clue in the video today. In the video, they said they came as claims buyers, and then they said, see, this is the thing, you're not meant to use the data room in order to buy discounted claims. That's a clear breach of the data room. That's why they have that term. But then they said that they came in as a distressed buyer of claims and then gained access to the data room and saw there was a bunch of assets. I'm a bit suspicious about that, because if you're a claims buyer, you won't be given access to the data room. So I'm very suspicious why there was one rule for us and another rule for them. And the only thing that I could find is that, oh, right, White & Case is the advisor to all of them.
Okay. And I know there's discuss. So right now, from what I heard, is if there was liquidation, there's approximately 50% return on your dollarized crypto.
Yeah, Cam, did you look at have you analyzed the coin report today? Do you know what I don't know if Rupi's still here as well. He's got a liquidation spreadsheet. And Cam, did you jump into the coin report today? Is it still 50%?
I haven't looked at the most recent one, but the one from December, it was around 50, and it really doesn't change too much. Like this, the Ethereum staked Ethereum
Yeah,
will increase. Is Ruby here?
yeah. I checked. I'm going to pin it in the nest. I check also the in-kind report. The only significant difference is the USDT, where there is almost 14 million or in possession. So we are losing some 15 million USDT on the in-kind report. And then on the balance asset to liabilities, I have made the calculation today, so we are back to the same hole we were in at the beginning. So it's 47% of all, so of crypto dollar wise, which are missing, and that's it. So the whole is more or less 50% still.
Okay.
Are you getting the same number, Rupi? Sorry,
Yeah,
we'll come back to your question. But
yeah. I mean, it really hasn't changed. Yeah, there's a little bit more ETH, but they took out some of the USDT. But at least we know that they were kind of true when they said about the 18 million that they wanted, and it's about what they took out. I think it was like 17.5 or so. So that's not too bad.
are they booking that as revenue?
That I don't know. I haven't looked deep into it yet. That's what I told Ronan. I said I'm getting taken away from my numbers with him, fraudulently inducing me. So I'm not sure. I'm still looking at everything, but yeah. But I did see the coin count, of course.
Oh, okay. Has
So
Nova
50%, yeah.
50%? Okay. Has Nova Wolf at all, or the UCC, mentioned as a potential dollarized recovery, whether it's 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now?
No, and they won't be able to until you got a full disclosure statement, and then the SEC will allow you to publish some forward-looking statements with lots and lots of disclosures. So yeah,
But they will
forward-looking
release it,
statement.
right?
You should get a projection.
Okay. The reason I say that is because I've spoken to a couple of attorneys in regards to preferences, i.e., clawbacks, right? And technically, is if you think recovery is going to be 100%, then you can make the argument, right, that there should be zero clawbacks, right? If you think recovery is going to be 90%, of course, you might use time value of money, etc. So that's good to know. The other thing that really sucks is obviously if they do claw back, they're going to ask for all aggregate withdrawals. So if you have a new value defense where you removed funds, put funds back in, then removed funds, etc., the onus is going to be on you to get an attorney and sort of say why you should not be clawed back for X amount, but it should be Y because first of all, the new value defense, they did not implement it. So they have no legal obligation to provide that. So, even though people are, taking money off, they probably still have funds on the platform, they're still going to get screwed. They're going to have to get an attorney, unfortunately, just to figure that out, or they can try to figure it out on themselves. So just wanted to make a comment that's really crappy of them to do, but apparently that's what companies do in preferences, right? They're not going to sit there and say, well, gee, Joe took X amount, put Y amount, took X amount, hence he owes us, whatever amount is the new value defense. Is just wanted to make that comment, and I hope I hope they come up with a 200% forward-looking statement that you'll get your dollarized value in 3 or 5 years. 200%. But I'm guessing, is there once you reach let's just say you have 500,000 dollarized and earned, right? Do they and you get 500,000 in 5 years, right? So they make you whole dollar wise. Is that it? Do they keep the profit after that and they kick you out?
Yeah, no, it's not being constructed as debt. So debt would be where you repay the amount. But if you get equity, then the equity could be worthless in the future. But if they're paying out dividends, then you receive that for as long as you hold the shares. So
Okay.
it's not, if you get equity, then you get the upside, but then you also get the downside risk of you're lost in the queue behind the debt holders if it goes bankrupt.
And if it's a liquid tokens that they're giving you, right? And I think you guys discussed this. Then what's the exit plan? Is this like basically a fund that you buy into, and God, you're just gonna have to write it out till you pass away and hand it over?
Yeah, so it could be both. It could be either an income play, in which case you pay out dividends and eventually those assets become worthless and there's no more income, or it could be a growth play, in which case you're looking for it to go public, you're looking at it to be acquired, or you're looking for them to build a liquid security token market. We don't know. My suspicion and preference, actually, given the risk profile, is that it's an income play rather than a growth play, because I think everyone was here for the income, and so I think that culture should continue based upon that, which would mean you'd expect a lower recovery because you're taking you're taking less risk, but you're pulling out money as it goes, and I think that's appropriate for everyone here.
Got it. Well, that was it. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Michael. Crypto Keeper. Oh, actually,
Hey,
Tony.
guys.
Hey, Crypto, can you hold on 1 second? Because Tony's had his hand up for a second.
Yeah. Let him go for it. No worries.
Mine was actually more of a question for, I think it was SP. She mentioned she had a liquidated loan. I don't know if she's still, it shows her as a speaker. Is she still up?
Are you here, SP? I can't see you.
I just invited her back up. She dropped down to
That's a
listener, but I
glitch.
did invite her back
Yeah,
up.
it's a glitch. If she shows up as speaker, I see her too as speaker, but she's not. There's no mic against her speaker. You know what I'm talking about.
All right. Well, ask your question whenever she comes up. I'll ask her.
Okay, I'll wait for her to come back up. I have her as listener on my end. Go ahead, Crypto Keeper.
All right, cool. Sorry about that. But anyway, about last night, actually, I was, it was quite nutty in my space, but it kind of reminded me of this David Tell skit that I really like, and he goes off about Jägermeister, and there's a couple of jokes that come to my mind. It's like a guy comes out of a hedge and he's all covered in mud and blood and whatnot, and he's holding one high heel shoe, and then he goes, "Did I just eat a stripper?" Jaeger. And then there's another one where he's like, a little girl is sitting on the swing, not swinging, and a tear rolls down her eye. And she's like, "Where's Daddy?" Jaeger. So I guess I'm, just trying to say, there's a public service announcement brought to you by the people of Jägermeister. Do not drink Jägermeister. Please drink responsibly. And Jägermeister begins and ends in college. So that's that. I wanted to kind of just shout out to,
Keeper, are you drinking Jaeger right now?
Oh, hell no, not at all. Like I said, college is it, once or twice. If you can push forward, then good for you. But,
I think he's smoking Jaeger, not drinking.
Yeah, I was smoking last night. It was kind of, I needed that actually. It was a long fucking night. I'll tell you that much. It did get really nutty last night though. And I wanted to talk about that because, I woke up this morning and I was reading about BitBoy, right? Towards the end of my space, there was some chatter about stuff. And, I won't go into details about it, but I will. The reason why I'm talking about BitBoy crypto is because, look, I remember reading the documents very early on the case, and there's very clear cut, details regarding, the court's, view on folks that, let's say, pose any threats. Like I'm talking about eliciting threats against anybody in the court, the attorneys, creditors, or debtors, or whatever, right? And there's some dire consequences. Now, when it comes to BitBoy, he's a vendor, okay? We really need to keep in mind that, like, this could really impact us. So, I mean, I encourage you guys, anybody, I know this is really tough, last 9 months has been fucking terrible. I mean, we've been put through the ringer and it's not ending anytime soon. So, just keep that in mind. The other thing I wanted to say is, I'm glad that Crypto Girl and Alex echoed this. I've been harping about it yesterday as well. It's kind of fucked up when you look at the Nova Wolf plan, where in one sentence they say, okay, we're making a $50 million injection, and then in the next sentence they're saying that, okay, well, the cost of the mining operation, or getting it going at least, is going to be another $50 million. So that's like, that's not an injection, right? I mean, let's call it like it is. Thank you for stating that, guys, because that's an important thing. And I think that's not a good show of good faith, right? I also didn't think it was a show of good faith. I personally remember, maybe I'm wrong, I was told I was wrong yesterday, the last town hall with, the UCC, I was under the impression, now I listened to it twice, I believe that the people that were on that from Nova Wolf were actually on that call, if anybody remembers that. I'm just surprised that they didn't take the opportunity to say hello. That to me, I don't care. When you're doing business with people, you always shake a person's freaking hand when you first meet them, and you look them in the eye, and then you start your conversation. You don't get straight to business. I mean, I'm not the kind of person that talks about sports and whatnot, but I have plenty of other things to talk about as icebreakers, and I'm sure they can tell, since they're such experts in managing distressed assets, how to break the ice. So, Nova Wolf, if you guys are listening, treat us like a partner. And I'll just end by saying this: equally as fucked up as some of the things that I was talking about, is when people, in one breath say, we love these spaces because it's a form of therapy, and in the next breath, it's the same people that say, you guys are still here. I mean, making people feel bad about being here as long as they have been. Look, I like to joke about my adventures or escapades in, like, experimenting with all types of different types of illicit substances and shit. But in all honesty, I've been sober all through the pandemic. I never had a problem. It was an intentional thing, and I've been sober mostly through this entire 9 months. And and the reason being is because of these spaces. So I know it's the same for other people. I've never had an issue with substances or anything like that. I have really high tolerance for stuff, and I don't have don't have an addictive personality. Although people like to take jabs at me and stuff, which is cool. It's all fun and games. But you don't know how it impacts people. When you make them feel bad or shame them for, like, spending all hours of the night or whatever on these spaces. Personally, I'm my own boss, so it doesn't bother me whatsoever. So nobody, not even my parents or my girlfriend, can make me feel bad about doing whatever the fuck I want to do with my time. But for other people, it might be a little different. So just keep that in mind. That's all I got to say. Thank you, guys.
Awesome words. Thanks,
Love you, Keeper. I got one thing, though. Crypto Girl obviously is intelligent and is thoughtful and thinking out all the possibilities here. And I believe this is exactly what we're all talking about, especially Simon educated me yesterday, as far as having the equity, all three companies put into the fund, to where, that would mitigate that. Then they're just kind of shuffling around the money, but, we all have stake, and they're going to have just as much. Well, they'll obviously have more, but we're going to have part of that. So as he said, we don't care how much money anybody makes, just as long as we're all making money.
Hey, Tony, SP's back up on the stage.
Hi, Tony.
Hey, so I've been talking to some of the liquidated guys, see if we can figure out some type of framework that might work. So based on the numbers here, there was about 255 million in principal with 312 million in collateral that was liquidated. So a lot of people are getting huge tax bills, something in the, they get a 1099 for like 6 figures. Assuming it's long-term capital gains, you're looking at 20,000 or more that you have to pay the IRS, right? So would it make sense if you were to pay your principal, let's say in full, to receive, I don't know, maybe half the collateral in maybe installments? Would that make sense in your particular situation? I don't need numbers.
Yeah, I think it could, but I don't know if anyone, with this about, like, a lot of my assets to pay it off, I had stable coins and things in earn. So that could be a problem for some people. I just would like some compensation. I know, I don't know if we could reinstate it, if we get some quote unquote equity token not in the same amount, but just so it's not 100% loss, I think would be, if they could just reopen them, but I know that wouldn't be able to happen. I just don't know. I just know it's overlooked, and it's so crazy to think that it's just gone, which I wrote it off. But the 1099, which I figured out, is the exact dollar amount of the loan plus our interest. Plus a little bit more for like the things I was getting on. I don't know what it is, but it's basically the loan amount is what you're being on 1099 on.
Yeah, they gave you a zero cost basis. So basically it's all technically profit. I think that's how they did it, but I don't know. I'm trying to see ways we can figure out, even reinstate portions of the loan.
Tony,
But a
I
lot of loans are,
appreciate your creativity and brainstorming. Thank you so much. We need it. So hopefully we'll get some attention to it. But yeah, thank you. And I just want to reiterate, Kiefer, Rupee, everything. I know Celsius Loans tweeted out to Nova Wolf and the guys on there. I did watch their 10-minute spiel this morning, and it sounded all great. It basically sounded like our Twitter Spaces and all that we had thought about and have been saying for the last 9 months, and they did say they have listened, but I'm like, okay, now if that's the truth, you need to lead by example, Rupee. They need to have skin in the game. They also need to change their model if they're used to doing hedge funds and dealing with a hedge fund manager, which there's one person for all these people under it. Now you have individuals that they need to take into account and think of. It's a different business model than they're used to, and if they really believe, like they're saying, this is the future and everything we've been saying, they need to come to the community and with good faith and listen to us and see that we are their valuable asset and treat us like that too. I believe that wholeheartedly. So hopefully we can get something in the future from them.
Thanks, SP. Awesome. Simon, those were the last two, as you said. There are some requests, but you said just to take the last two. So if you wanted to end it here or keep going, whatever you want.
Yeah, I've got to end it here. If you guys want to carry on, I'm happy to just mute myself. I don't know. Let me know. But it seems like we've reached a really good point. We covered a lot of topics. I personally feel like the energy over the last couple of weeks has significantly shifted. The second that plan was published, we all got something to debate over. We all got something to whinge over, moan over, or we all got something to just work and grind our teeth and figure out stuff. So to me, that is the exciting point. And so we're here. And I think we're all starting to really see the power of us actually just speaking civilized with each other, and just working together, because we've all got strengths and weaknesses. And together, I think we've got an incredible amount of strengths, as long as we can just figure out how to deal with each other's weaknesses. And I think that was none more demonstrated today, that, Ben does have a purpose, and also it was pretty it was pretty disturbing to me watching how members of the UCC were treated in his process. But at the same time, I think, as Crypto Keeper said, that has consequences. That was more aggressive than I think we need to be, but it also serves a purpose. And Cam has been incredibly valuable to this process. If it wasn't, for Cam's skepticism, that you need the positive thinking and you need the negative thinking, and that's what makes a team. And to have us all together working on this, I just can't imagine any other outcome than us producing a pretty good plan, or exposing ginormous corruption that will have huge consequences forever, whoever are those bad actors and involved in that process. There's not another outcome. We're not going to get, if we get screwed by some really, sinister process, we're going to detect it, and there is going to be consequences. Either that, or we put together a decent plan. We put together a win-win-win. And there's nothing that I would want more than Nova Wolf to put together the best plan possible, make a shit ton of money, and we all make money together, and everyone recovers. Now, I'm not giving a whole kumbaya, because I think we also need to manage our expectations that we're taking a risk here. But hopefully we're taking that risk together, and we can mitigate that as much as possible. So let's just continue this work. Personally, I think this is probably a good time to shut off. If someone else wants to start a space there, welcome to do it. I'm traveling tomorrow. So yeah, thanks everybody. I think it's just awesome, the work that we're doing together, and I can't wait to see how this goes. All right, let's shut it off there. Thanks everybody.
Yeah. Thanks everyone for your patience.
Yep, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.